Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, September 16th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today, along with Mark, helping out as well. Thank you, Mark, for being a consistent co-host and host during these trying and exciting times that we've had in the last couple of years, especially with the interacting with the Keshe Foundation and all the knowledge seekers around the world. And yeah, we're into exciting times here. I'll just put up a picture that's a screenshot of the website as we see it now from the Keshe Foundation, and there's a rotating picture that comes up. Oops, did that work? No, quite the way I want. Oh, that'll work best actually. And so we can see here the saying a new era in space technology. And this is the exhibition in Linz, Austria, that's currently going on. It started the 3rd of September and will continue until the 30th of September. And you can see a number of things in this one shot alone. First of all, you see the arched roof of this room, which is the entire upper story of this exhibit hall, and it's quite magnificent in itself. Then we see on the left side, we see this round shape. That's one of the units, the body enhancement spaceship unit, or the material enhancement spaceship unit. They both look similar until they're opened up inside. And the body enhancement spaceship unit has a seat in it, and the material enhancement spaceship unit has the central sun-like reactor. And then we have a number of other things on the left side. You can see a series of Gans containers with all different kinds of Gans. And apparently Mr. Keshe has a lot of fun observing people's reactions to these different Ganses, how the human physicality reacts, or how the soul reacts to the presence of these materials. And then we can see in the foreground here, there's a reactor. I think that's one of the ones that was used in Iran originally. And the next one as well, I believe. I think those are both created in Iran, and possibly the next two that we see in line here. Pretty sure that the fourth one there was one of the main Iranian reactors. Mr. Keshe has talked about that before, how he's created rotating fields inside without motors and so on, using certain materials. So these reactors are sort of on the forefront here as you walk into this hallway with so many items. There's a number of other displays and a welcoming table and so on and so forth as part of this exhibit, international exhibit. And people are encouraged to visit if you are so inclined. You can go to the Keshe Foundation main website at keshefoundation.org or keshe.foundation. And this picture will come up along with the three, well, let me just put up the live website, and it's much easier to explain. Just 1 second here. So when we go to the Keshe Foundation website, or keshefoundation.org, then we see the Keshe Foundation, the place where science meets the soul of the man, and that switches to the new era in space technology, which stays up for a while. And meanwhile, underneath, we have these three buttons to click on. We have Booking International, Linz Exhibition. And when I click on that, we see the this is the ticket to get in, the entry ticket for the Universal Body Enhancement Unit exhibition in Linz. And attendees that are not in Austria have to pay €100 entry fee and for a ticket. And there's a morning or afternoon option. And you have to go through a security check as well, as outlined on the website. So you reach that by clicking on that previous button. Oops. Yeah, there we are. The button, that's the first button. Now the middle button is for booking in Austria for the Linz exhibition through Absinsal. We go there. This is an Austrian website, and it's got some nice pictures. And the application. Similar picture to the other one that we were looking at. And finally, what's the third one? Close-up of the Ganses. Some interesting colors there, that's for sure. How many Ganses do you recognize? Any hands up, students? Any hands up, class?
One that looks like CH3 actually is H3 in the background, CH3 right here, and then there's one in front of it, which is hydrogen. You can't see it in this particular picture. There's three of these in a row that look like CH3, but they're not. Well, the middle.
Yeah.
And they've been arranged in a certain fashion, Mr. Keshe said, unbeknownst to the visitors.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What would the bright yellow one be on the left?
Very special.
Lemoncello?
A voice, a ghost voice just came in. Very special.
I haven't been here for a couple of years. I just busy there. These 24, we have much more than this. We have some of the most rare materials which we cannot bring. The yellow bottle we sell for €400. It's folic acid. It's very hard to produce, and apparently it's one of the best sellers. Most of the doctors who come, they buy one. And there are materials here which we use in a specific way to produce high-level cosmic fields. There's 24, 12 on each table. And I change the arrangement every time I go to see what's the reaction on the next group.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that you like to see people's reactions when they are close by or hand. They don't actually touch the bottles, do they? But they can look at them and get close, kind of.
They're individually labeled, and people can touch it, and they feel the difference. There are amino acids here. I think the one you see at the front, bottom front, you just see the bottom of the green. That's amino acid of the copper.
This one here, the second bottle in the front, you mean?
I don't, just wait 1 second, I'll try to get it. This one here.
Oh, okay.
I put one amino acid to interfere with the physicality. We have Ganses in the lab. We can make around a few million combination at the moment. This system you see in the background, and that is the material enhancement unit on the right side when you stand on the top. We cannot turn these systems on. We know 100% now that this building would not stand it. And we're trying to find a solution at the moment to be able to bring them into operation, because once we bring the two systems, or even one of them, this building will be unlivable. Nobody could be able to live outside. If you're inside, you're safe. Inside the system, we're trying to find a way to stop or bring it into what we call some sort of operation that we can show. The reactors are extremely powerful, and we have large number of reactors in a specific configuration, which I planned nearly 3 years ago. Before we start building this, and then about 1.5 years when we start making the first designs, I tell you in a way how powerful it is. If you look at this one here, just behind here where I put a cross, inside, one of the reactors was turned on more or less for less than a couple of minutes for testing, for a specific test, one reactor. Immediately above here, let me choose a different color. Immediately above here, there are the speakers. For the whole of the exhibition center. This exhibition is about 200 meters long, under the dome, in open and closed sections together. And something you don't see here, just in the background somewhere here, we have put in deliberately. These two systems are face each other like this, if you see. This one is the material and this one is the body enhancement. This done specially. We've chosen it specially positioned door to door. When you stand in the door of this one, the other one is connected. This is specifically done for transformation of light. And in so many ways, you know, we sell these UFOs floating on the magnetic plate. And we have the moon, which is rotating magnetic plate. I have deliberately put this here. These two UFO on the moon which carry a physical reactor, or what you call a magnet on it, sitting in the middle. We tested one reactor, and you have to understand there is tens of reactors in this system. We turned the reactor where there is a green mark for 1.5 to 2 minutes just to test the speed, because we had to do something with this unit, this reactor. The UFO falls off the system immediately, drops on the table. The sirens, the speakers go off immediately, like first beep, 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 that they had to evacuate the whole building. The whole building sirens go so loud that nobody could stay. They closed the center down. And now people had to leave. Everybody had to leave because nobody could stand the level of noise which the system was making. All the speakers went off altogether. The plasma took the whole building. And that is one reactor for 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. The UFO falls first because our team were inside installing a new design which we designed, which to boost, and that's it. You got to understand, in this system, we don't use for the reactor sites, for the operation side, we don't use electricity. We use the plasma enhancement units, which is made as generator. What you lot been trying to do for, God knows, 5 years, we have built the system. In both systems, the reactors run and operate mainly on plasma power generators. We have certain amount of electricity which feeds, you see the bottom of the what you call platforms. There are any LED lights, blue LED lights give the figure, and at the same time part of the back section or front section operation of the screen, and that uses the present but in particular currents, which we can take it up, but we don't do it because we need it to discharge some of the plasma charges into the grid. We use the power line for discharging huge amount of plasmatic fields. In the next few days, the systems will be chain locked to the floor and to the building. We are making arrangements that both units will be chain locked, that it will not, they will not fly, or they will not start vibrating, because usually these systems, what they do, they start vibrating. It's just you hear click, 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 and then they start moving. So we have given a notice to chain lock them, but we can chain lock the base frame, not the unit, and that's the possibility the unit might fly, and it's nearly 3 meters, 4 meters high from either side. They can fall. Those yellow lines you see in the background is the banisters, glass banisters looking down. So system, we will try again to see how we can accommodate inside, that the systems do not go into the phase of flight or the rest of it. One reactor less than 3 centimeters inside has caused mayhem for just coming up to operation. These systems, the way they are loaded, they're one of the most powerful flight systems. There's no way anyone can replicate it. And all the coding has been locked, secured in safes. Every drop has been recorded, and all database no one can ever get unless both peace agreed. And one key will be given to every nation to get the fuel. This will be announced in tomorrow's teaching, and we go ahead because tomorrow the teaching is very special. Don't miss it. It'll be maybe something interesting happening. We try not to say. But in general, the systems are ready to perform what they've been said or what we put out. And it's documented yesterday, not yesterday before. And then what we did, this happened about 3:30 in the afternoon. They closed the whole center because they couldn't stop the noise. Even from outside, people were getting bothered with the amount of noise. All the speakers at the highest pitch going. We monitored the position and the sound. It is what we wanted. It is actually was a confirmation of the noise in the heartbeat form. Beep, 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 beep. And this was important for us because all the reactors carry a heartbeat system. It's hidden inside. We showed this one for the first time. Those of you who were in Vienna, people could see the heartbeat. We put a float in the reactors and they could see it beating like a heart, exactly like the heart of a child, the womb of the mother. And every single person sat in it for 15 minutes. They booked time to sit in it. It was a, what do you call, booking time. Every single person attended Vienna conference, more or less. All sat in it except those who had a problem, like Arman, we couldn't let him go in. The system, more or less, it's a flight system. There'll be an attempt made again. We change the combination. We are still, the team is even now speaking on in the lab, working 7, 8 o'clock in the morning to be able to observe the system operation in public. It creates a massive plasmatic field, massive. One reactor has that system out nearly 4 or 5 meters above it. So you can see the field operation. And now what we are trying to do, I have built a structure in to trying to bring the fields inwards into the middle of the system, into inside, but we have no control over it because it's massive. We don't know yet, but as I said, one reactor has brought the whole building to a shot. The strange thing is, all the speakers, there's about 20 of them in this building. One of them is nearly 150 meters away from us, got affected the same as the one above. They have at the moment disconnected the sound system in the building. Don't forget, we saw these 15, 20 years ago, where when we set the reactors up, we saw all sorts of things, sound barrier breaking, silence, or interaction of the silences. But what we did, one of our guys did, is start walking while we had time, start walking across the building. And we have exactly what we said will happen, because we built a multi-layer system in one single reactor. What we see, he called it, is like an onion shell pill. He calls it onion shell. We get segments where in these segments we can't hear anything. It's absolute silence. It's like an onion. He moves to the side, he can hear. He moves inside, is deaf. We have to shut, he can't hear. And this onion layering is very important for defense technology. This is how we got the Americans in Iran. if we trap one plane in a given environment, has no communication, is zero. And you can extend it. And we seen this in less than a few minutes before we had to evacuate, because as we walk away, we see these shells, onion shells come in. And it's a sequential. It's like a beep, and it goes beep, but the system stays silent in that position. Because one of our people was in one layer, and the other one was on top of the machine. They could not hear each other. Shouting, they cannot hear. And then when you put your head in the next layer, we hear. As I said, if you book to see the system, we only open to public Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Mondays and Thursdays are test systems. And Monday afternoon we were testing, and this is what happened. When you go inside the system, I was in it yesterday, checking what happened to this single reactor. You have a special feeling. It's a beautiful feeling. It's very, very calm, extremely calm. And even when you sit in it, you see the change of people. If you've seen one of the videos where Ella walks in and sits, we videoed everything. The lady you see in red in the promotions, and that's Ella, head of the Keshe Foundation. And you see changes. You change of voice, change of behavior. It's very interesting. And in so many ways, we try to switch the two systems together, that they absorb and they bring the system field somewhere where the UFOs are, and we can contain it. We'll see. The systems will, even in past 24 hours, what we worked on nearly a year and a half, in past 24 hours we are pulling out, because we have to redefine, and our team are working on it, and we're redefining the part of the control system, because we spent a couple of million euros in part of development. And literally I said to the team from beginning, this is what's going to have a problem. You are going to have a problem. And they went the traditional way, and the first tests we did in the lab confirmed that was correct. The present computer technology, the present electronic system are absolutely useless. Don't work. Because the plasma technology overrides the AC current. And we have literally thrown a lot of things we have invested into the bin. Literally, we don't even know what to do with it at the moment, how we're going to use it. Or we use it very small parts. One section of this, as we have already paid nearly $250 million for cash, will go idle. There's a write-off. They've been paid to be used in the systems which are coming operational, and now we found out more or less we don't need it. This happened to us before when we set the garden up. We paid nearly 300,000 for systems to be ready to go, and they're useless. We can't be trying to sell it as a spare parts to see what we can incorporate. Technology development is very rapid, and it's not just you see a white body there. It costs millions, and I continuously finance it from private funds to get to that point. And there's people ask me why Keshe Foundation. I do not, in my principle as businessman, I do not mix the research and development into the foundation work and what I finance for development. Foundation has to operate on its own merit, but I finance research heavily. But and these two machines market is cost millions, and I finance it privately, continuously. And as I said, $250,000 with yesterday studying this is just useless. Gone. And you will see, we try. We cannot operate these systems in the center because nobody will be able to come in and go. We'll see, we are adapting it. And we will close the two systems and then run a test to see if we can tame these two animals. Nobody will be able to replicate these two, because we put so much hidden technologies. There's tons and tons of hidden technologies we never disclose, but every single one has methodically been carried out in the lab. Every single reactor has followed the procedure. Each reactor on each system has fully coded everything, every piece, more or less, from the time of assembly has been recorded. Every part, every shape, every change, all has been recorded to see what we'll see with a slight change in different reactors. And they're all offline, so nobody can access them. We have secured data. There is no way anyone can access to discover how the system is done, and even inside is covered in layers and layers of secrecy that nobody, even the tech hold up part of it, can be able to do the other part. It's very much Russian system. No one knows what's in it except one or two, even one or two don't have access to total knowledge. I especially kept it this way till I get world peace, but I'll show its power. And as I said, one reactor has shut down the whole 200 meter. I told you many times. The radius of these you can extend. We reached 150 meters away in less than a minute. And it stays permanently. And on Monday night, we again drove about 9 o'clock at night to go and see in the center. It's about 20 kilometers from where we are, and the lab is about 10 kilometers. We went to see if we see the light, dome light. If we see the light inside the building with one reactor, if it's still dissipating. What we should see is that all these lights should come on if they are fluorescent. And tomorrow or today, the team is working. If you come to the center, you will see fluorescent lights, tubes all over the place. Just 1 second, please. I have to make answer a message. They're working in the Just 1 second. Just 1 second, please. In those of you who've been with us long enough, when we used to test in the Sensano, you see where that guru comes. I don't know if Rick has a picture of it somewhere. In the center in Italy, we had a building like, can you give me a whiteboard, please, Rick? I can't do it on an iPhone, it doesn't allow you.
Okay, just a second here.
In the Sensano, we had 2 labs. One of the labs, the main lab's testing, was like this. And you know something, Rick? Let's do it properly. Oh, where have I lost my pen? Just 1 second, Rick, please. What's the code for the meeting? Rick, what is the number?
You want the number?
93947.
393 939 4747 4503.
5033.
Yes. Okay. Now I come into the other system. Then I have to clean it here that we have whiteboard. Okay. The Sensano, one of the labs is this shape. And across the top, I can draw it, wait. I'll go a different way. The Sensano, one of the labs, was like this. And we go down that way. On the ceiling, we had number of fluorescent tubes. And reactors were sitting in a 3-way combination. When we were doing the 129 Tesla test, our door was somewhere here. It was like a ritual. We have another lab here outside, secondary lab, which didn't get affected. When we were doing this test, the field from the systems were literally covering the building. American forces had a base 17 kilometers down the road. The Italian military, air force, and scientists built a temporary camp in the hill behind. And when we used to do a special test, we could see the helicopters coming, landing in this land, bringing equipment, trying to catch up, looking into the building in a way, what we are doing. And this base was built temporarily because I went to it with the Italian National Security and Air Force and scientists from Nuclear Center. We are continuously monitoring what we do here, because we could see the helicopters taking off and landing in the middle of nowhere, which was Greenland. And the American base was 17 kilometers. Whenever I run a test, I inform the Italian military we're in a test mode, no flights over the building. Because the Americans continuously took flight. We could see them. They always had helicopters accidentally crossing. Even today in Austria, the staff at the lab tell you, we get a slow run helicopter flight, sometimes middle of the night, during the day, regularly crossing us. They are monitoring the fields we are producing in this building in the Sensano, and the same now in Austria. In Austria, on regular basis, middle of the night, I was in the lab nearly 1:30 in the morning. Military helicopters on a very, very slow speed. They measure everything we are doing, the fields we are creating. And what happened in the lab, we could see it, why the Americans, I wiped out. Naughty boy. What used to happen is that where we had these fluorescent lights and we had the systems, the three systems, when we used to switch off at night, we used to wait, we don't leave the building. And we switch the light up, the light flickers up, all goes, and then the dance starts. These lights start shining. We see them, they dance for 5 or 10 minutes. They come on in sequences, they dance together, and then they go. We tried to film it, we couldn't film it. They wouldn't, we couldn't get them on the camera. It's a plasmatic light, but it happens in a tube. This is how Tesla used to do it, showing his fluorescent tube. And now we are bringing the fluorescent tubes back into the auditorium. You will see them sticking up around. We are just monitoring. And now, this is exactly what happened in the auditorium now. The fields from the machine have triggered now, surpassed, and it's become matter state. It's very important. Here in the Sensano, we had a light field, atomic structure gas. In this accident or incident 2 days ago, we have managed to create matter state magnetic field, because in these speakers there's a magnet. It's a matter magnet. And when you look at the UFO, you buy these UFOs from the Keshe Foundation, there's a matter magnet. So for the first time, publicly, we have seen the matter state magnetic field, which means our reactors are tuned exactly what they're supposed to do to create matter. It's a significant test. It opens up a lot of things for our work. It creates a new dimension in the world of science. Now we have to fine tune to matter state of copper. These enhancement units are set up to produce 1 ton of material a day. This is what we have negotiated with Huawei. Huawei wants a very high level purity materials, and the production line for them is very simple. What will happen is that I have lost control of my panel. Can you hear me, Rick?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr.
Okay, I've lost control of my panel. Okay, back in. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's yours. That's why I can't change. So what it is, it's this small test, 1.5 minutes, being able to interact with a magnet's matter state. And you have to, I cannot, somehow I lost control. Let me see.
Do you want to have your own whiteboard? Would that work easier?
Yes, please. Can I have the control of it? If you go out, I'll take mine. I'm back on the teaching pad. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You come out.
We might lose this image or whatever.
Right? Doesn't matter. It's okay.
Okay, well, I'll stop.
You have to log out so that I can log. Yeah. This is better for me because on my teaching board. What is important is that this reactor in the system, if you look at the enhancement unit, and this is what I call the neck, the reactor sits somewhere here, and there are tons and tons of the reactors inside, and different combination of it. The speaker is here, the UFO is here. This is about 3 meters, at least 3 to 5 meters. Here is the same. We have managed to create matter state magnetic field that has dislocated both units at the same time. This has happened few seconds before the sirens goes or the speakers go. And they notice it because they sit here in front of it, they were testing the control, and they hear a clack. They look, the UFO has fallen on the table, and then the noise comes. What this means, we have managed to interfere in matter state. And if you go back to the teaching years ago, I explained this, that we change the matter state in the chips. We can change the coppers from conductor to resistor, and you don't need to do any damage, no flight. You just need to, in a way, nanocode 5 or 10 chips. The plane doesn't fly. You don't need to do anything else. And now for the first time we have shown it. In tomorrow's teaching, we go into a much deeper understanding. We have a surprise for you tomorrow. Might be a very big surprise. We don't know yet. It depends on all completes. And for this reason, now the systems are set to produce certain materials. The beauty with it is all the materials produced, every single atom, we don't create it by matter. We create its soul. It creates its own matter. It continuously creates soul of the material we want, and they convert themselves as they need. It's an amazing system, and now we've proven it to be correct with 1.5 minutes of testing. And it'll be very special to see what happens in the center if we manage to open all few hundred reactors together. If one did such a thing, you can imagine the rest. But the beauty of it is these reactors are controlled by emotion of Allah. We build into it. And as if you go to the teaching in the past, we always said, we give our souls to the captain and then we receive it back. When we build these systems, I put two souls in the reactors, one of mine and one of her, but she has the trust of command. If she goes wrong, I can take over. But by thoughts, she can control. And this is one of the reasons we put her in there in the picture. She's the captain. She is being given a special access with the design to control. And she's been present in all loading. No reactor has been loaded without her presence. And we have especially developed a Gans, which carries her soul of peace. She's one of the most committed peace persons I know in my life. And we have transferred that in the structure. And as I said, every reactor loaded for these two systems, she's been personally present in every single one. You got to realize two things. Ella is not just only the head of the Keshe Foundation, she is a chemical engineer. She has a deep knowledge in a different way. As a chemical engineer, she has worked in her field and she understands this technology of chemistry deeply. And what we call both the same. Wang Lin on the other side, she's a highly trained 20 years electrical engineer. But both engineers, they're not just a woman, normal woman, you see, and they both have extensive understanding in their work. Especially Wang Lin, she's worked for one of the leading companies in China in electronics and development and sales of them. She understands everything inside out. And it's the same with Ella. They're not already just a woman, they happen to be, they have experience of management and running their business too. And both are committed to peace in a very, very, very special way. And that's why more or less been chosen both to be in this position. And for the first time, we carry the soul of peace within the structure. They've been mixed. I mixed them myself in presence of knowledge seekers when we went through the process, and then was mixed in a specific way and is embedded in all the reactors. And we'll see. And we'll see what this technology will bring. We will show, we try to show it. And one of the things I said to the knowledge seekers is, I don't think we'll be able to run a live presentation when the reactors run, because they'll jam all the microphones and the speakers and the rest of it. We have to see how it comes, and when the systems are delivered, how, to what the strength we let these systems go in public. There we are, Mr. Recruitment. You've been there from the beginning, and I used to come to these teachings with Rick some 6-7 years ago, two of us. Those days we used to do it 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning my time. And that's how we started the teaching with Rick and me in these. It used to be Wednesday mornings, and then we put the Thursday mornings for the foundation.
Yep, and then we started doing the other public teachings and private teachings, and pretty soon it was a daily occurrence. And it got pretty intense there for quite some time.
Where is Guy, Rick?
Well, Guy is living nearby where I live here, and he's busy doing his thing kind of in the background, and he often talks to people about the plasma technology and about the changes that are coming and this kind of thing. But he isn't that active in the interacting with the group here and so on right now.
It used to be 2 of them together all the time when we started it, more or less. But the technology has taken a new shape, and it's a pleasure to see it coming up. You see, we are accepting, we don't want a deep number of people in. We accept about 2 or 3 people a day. And strange enough is when they come, they don't want to leave. And we have groups of people, and 4 days we open. Our objective is not to have thousands of people to come and see. Our objective is something like about 20, 30 people a month. Is more than enough we can handle. And we do it in groups of, now we passed our target of what we wanted to do because it's beginning people coming in. But we have a, we don't like more than 10 people maximum. And secondly, with Corona, then you have other restrictions from the government. Austria has gone to a total lockdown procedure since Monday because they increased massively in numbers. And we arrange as minimum as 3 to 4 people a day. This is what we like, because when they come in, they go through step by step. We have 2 or 3 knowledge seekers, which go as table by table. And then when they finish after, it takes about, it's only 8 row, but it takes nearly 2 hours. I haven't seen them finishing before 2 hours. And then they stay. Then they go back onto each table, asking questions, being there. And you see them, especially when we have a groups of 10, they just split in different corners. And they drag on until we have to tell them it's 5 o'clock, can you go? It's lunchtime, can you go? And they, even it's lunchtime, they stay there. This week we just decided at lunchtime we go, because we can't ask them to leave. So we go for lunch in the splits. Then they stay there, and they want to understand more. And knowledge seekers and non-knowledge seekers and the buyers, international buyers who can fly in, they're flying in. And some of them are driving hours and hours with all the board of management of them to be there. They drive. We have teams who literally flying to 4 or 5 different countries to get to Austria. It's not easy nowadays to enter Europe. Most of the embassies are closed. No Americans, no Canadians can come into Europe unless it's absolute emergency. No one from China is allowed in. Europe has become a total lockdown, and very, very few number of flights. Internally, the people start flying because they're given a safeguard, but from outside they are very protective. We've been trying to bring a bunch of scientists from Iran, and the embassy is totally closed. Impossible. We tried to bring people from Canada into Austria for 6 weeks. We could not get a visa. So a lot of sales is done on what they call video camera. We'll see. We'll see how the new world of exhibitions comes, people by seeing and knowing they cannot do, and we'll go to the next step. And as I put a note in the background, we are trying to we more or less hopefully come to an agreement with the organizers. This is going to be a permanent place for Keshe Foundation. We are trying to sign a 12-month agreement.
It seems like a perfect building. It's that the ceiling alone is worth the price of admission.
It's gorgeous. It's when you're on the ground, you don't notice it, but this is a 60-meter span platform. This building, when they built it, is an international exhibition center of the city. They do a lot of car show there.
Ah, okay.
And this platform is built, you see pictures of them, and there's a car shows, exhibitions. Linz car show, Austrian car show is kept, this is the home of it.
So you have part of the top story of this building or is it the complete top?
It's only one part. It's only one part on the top. There's a 60-meter span, which has got a top. And this allows me to do a lot of work. This allows me to do a lot of work the way I want. In a way, if you look at it, as I explained before, the building is like this. I was explaining if you came on the, what do you call it? Spanish teaching, the Portuguese on Friday. No, I'm Portuguese on Friday. You see, this is like this. This is the dome. And just one section of it is this, if I go that way, we are somewhere here, a platform in the building. The rest is open dome. And where we are, we sit on the top. The beauty of it is I can use these two reactors and place reactors underneath of the building with the open dome. The top is open, you see it. This is how where we are in a way. We're sitting here. We have no connection to the top, but it's sitting on top. I can create a star formation and test. And that's why we went there on Monday night, 9 o'clock. We drove over there from knowledge seekers, people working in the research, to see if we see the light. And I'm sure if we put in all systems on, we will see the light from what we've seen. We are not ready yet. I think we need another week or two to secure the building more than our systems before we start switching on the systems. And one reactor has shown us the total power. It's not electromagnetic field, it's a plasma field. You feel it like emotion. It's not a feeling of somebody touching you or something, touching your cell. You feel it through your emotion without being touched. And it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting to see how we bring in the next step in. We need another week, 2 weeks. Then we might try to run some of the systems in random and see how we can, as I was saying yesterday, how we can control this beast. I've already said to the people in the lab, because if we run this overnight, let's see what it does. I said, don't be surprised if you come in and the whole system is not there tomorrow. Because it's possible. You might find it in Washington, or you might find it on Mars, we don't know. But I know where it goes. If he lands, if he goes out of control, within a structure, there's destination for it to land. When I built it, I built as part of the system. And there's one thing for sure, it's not on this planet. You will go through the structured glass with no problem, without touching it. And you will go through the whole planetary system with no problem. Because once they take control, especially the material one, has a star formation galaxy on it. It's built inside of it. And it will go to a destination where he has to land, where he has to be. The human side, if you look at the chair, there are reactors built in the chair. We have taken the reactors out to do not allow, in a way, departure. It has to settle itself within the structure. I'm mastering my work. And one reactor, they were panicking with one reactor 3 centimeter causing such a havoc and condition. We've got to see how it will go when we put tens and tens of them on operation. As I said, let the fun begin, but we still need time. The most strangest thing is that we cannot physically go and stop the process once it starts. Once the system take hold, if they go into operational mode, the only persons who can control its dimension is Allah and me. We can literally bring it in and hold it. And my condition is overriding if Allah cannot hold. She is in charge of both systems. Let's see. I came here to listen.
Well, this is exactly what we were wondering about before you came here. So thank you for explaining.
We are back in the center today. We close part of the system because we have to do some installations. We agreed not to do it on Wednesdays and Tuesdays and Fridays, but we are closing two of the machines more or less today. People who come in will not be able to see it because we have to do certain modification because of what happened 2 days ago. And so some people who come in today to the exhibition will not see it. They'll be all walled up. We have panels, we have 10-meter panels, height that there's nobody can see inside. And we can lock all the systems that nobody can see them. And if anybody comes in today, I think we had some booking today, they will not see it. What is strange is the buyers, and 2 buyers have been back 2 or 3 times since last week. And they bring more and more scientists with them. They're bringing more buyers with them. They just are falling in love with the system, and they just keep on coming back and bringing other people with them. And we try to keep very, very quiet and calm with it. We need it that way for at least the first month till we do things differently. Any questions before I leave?
I was just going to mention that it's such an elegant design and so just inherently beautiful that I think it would win some of the international design competitions for like industrial designs or for medical designs. Have you considered applying for that kind of
No,
award?
we are not in these games. But it's very interesting. You don't see it because we have to run it in the background. We do a lot of videos and testing, and that is just 1 second. They're still working. Just 1 second. If you look at it, it looks like an egg when it's closed, and when you crack an egg and it opens up. When we were taking videos, there's a lot of videos we were taking for different organizations as they are there, and they're buyers, and the people sit in their offices, and we have to do it. We bought the special cameras, which does a very close up into whatever they want to see.
I've got the video, Mr. Keshe. I've got the video with Ella. Do you want me to show that?
Yes, but there are many videos. Yes, please.
It's a good demonstration one.
It's many videos where, for example, you crack an egg and they open the egg, and the chick comes out. We have a chick, Ella comes out. It just opens up, and it's very interesting how the structure opens up, and how it's. We can see your desktop, Rick.
There we go.
The system is exactly like an egg. If you notice, everything has been looked after. The color of the base, even the wheels are blue. Everything is synchronized to match exactly the same. And it's just when you open an egg, that's it. And life comes out of it. This system will not be replicated. This more or less will be the only what we call a sliding system we build. We don't like to build them because of building plasma fields is very difficult with it. All the future versions is a pilot door, what we call aircraft door system. A side door, like an aircraft opens up, and the plasma stays more or less constant when you go into the medical application. That when you put one patient to the next, you don't need to build up the plasma. And the field is constantly available. These systems are delivered somewhere around in end November, mid-November, end November. We start sending. Arizona has increased from 10 to 12 as of last week. I agreed with John. We're putting 2 more in. As you know, Arizona is owned majority shareholding with a small amount for control-only purposes by the foundation. And the other part is owned by John's family. And we have increased the numbers from 10 to 12 to create a balanced field system. And Arizona should be operational as a gift for Christmas. And operational for patients from 1st of January 2021. The rest of the centers all we accommodated at the same time. In November, December, we delivered the first batch. In December, January, we test this batch. And then we go into mass production. fully mass production if there's any more for modification needed to be done in the first batch. And the first batch is in tens, not in a few pieces that we setting up to see the operation in different part of the world, how, if it's any different, we have to verify it. And if there's any more adjustments needed, and the mass production starts from somewhere in December, January. We have already extended the factory in 2 of our factories in China to meet the demands and the contract we have with the Chinese and requests into Iran. There are orders for tens of thousands sitting signed. And we have to confirm. Each hospital needs minimum 5 to 10 units. Then you can imagine. And we are building in conjunction with Middle Eastern investors. They want to build at least 1 to 2 centers in each European city at the moment. That will keep one of our factories occupied for months and years to come. And their wish is the first one to be built in Holland. So this is why, if you listen to teaching, we have start creating connections back into Holland, as they have to run the first center. And then what we see, we have to extend the factories into Iran and to meet the demand. The demand on this is not only on the hospital unit. The majority of demand will come from industry for production of materials.
We had a couple of questions. Mr. Keshe, Lee had asked in the chat, if someone walked past the center with a pacemaker, would they be affected in a negative way?
We don't know yet. This is one of the next questions on the medical, on the registration. If you have any pacemaker, any things, please do not attend. These are the requirements that we are asking, and we check. And it has to be. Just 1 second, I have to answer another question. Any other question? And then I have to go. I've got an appointment 10 o'clock.
We had a question from Lee in the Q&A earlier. It said, if intention is the main ingredient for Gans production, is it possible for artificial intelligence to create Gans?
Nope.
It has to be the soul interaction.
Yep. In the future, artificial intelligence will have a soul. So in that way, yes. But you have to embed in it. Even in these systems, there is a hidden wish. And that will come with it. But as we open the systems around the world, in different part of the world, we know because in a way we are building into their system that these systems will link up together. All the enhancement units, once they deployed, they connect to the others through a specific way we design them. And this is one of the ways we want to create the dome piece, that we create that field so that it comes to that. And if you think of it, how many is already been signed to and what is to be produced in coming years, very soon we'll reach that point, very soon. The Americans and the Russians and the Chinese are going into space to find the airspace control. Keshe Foundation will do it from the ground, but we create that control in the space. It's much easier.
I could ask in the chat, Mr. Keshe, are you going to make the miniature ones?
There is a plan for it, but only for the material one. We can't miniature humans to go in it. There is a new technology which our team will start working on it. By the time we get there, maybe a few months, a new true universal concept of enhancement units is under design. We are flying to China in a few days' time, or in a few weeks' time, and a part of the trip is to build this in China. We have factories now in China, we have structures, commitments, and these will push us to the new dimensions. That as we own the factories, nobody can dictate to us how to do, and we have the experts inside, which will, making system for us has become very easy now. We can produce anything, and because having a direct access inside a factory, and very soon we'll take over majority shareholding even in the body production system, even though we extended, or they have extended the production to be able to meet the demands we put on them. Everything in the background is built. We just need a system, a factory in Austria to complete, which the head of the Keshe Foundation has already got on her books. And in so many ways, we can meet the demand over the next 12 months and build it up. And all these systems is linked together. Something which I talk and I do things going, but the organization of these things, even the shops, everything else, is led us to open new offices. We literally now, we opened a new office again in China in the past few weeks, plus the factory, plus another office. This is all needs to be controlled, plus the systems and control in Austria. And the new factories which are coming to start operational in Iran. The Iranian companies on the structure. And we carry a lot of foundation is like what I call the pot on the fire simmering, and it's going to come to boil in the next few very short time. Everything has been, it looks like we don't know what we are doing, but we work with the trusted people, and all people in this group are stretched to the limit. And they work literally, if you were in the center, with literally 12 o'clock at night, a bunch of people sitting, just having breakfast or lunch or dinner because you can't carry on before you go back to it. It's not an easy job to, especially with new technology. We only work with trusted people because we've seen how we've been betrayed even within inside of the Keshe Foundation at the highest level. So you will see coming up, we have built a beautiful factory in China for mass production of Gans. It's absolutely gorgeous. And when you walk through it, you feel our people in the factory are so peaceful because they're always in Gans. They just want to live and they sleep by the machine. They don't want to go home, some of them. And we've seen this one in the farms in China, now we see it in our own factory. It's a very large factory with what I call many cows, which we milk for Gans production. We've developed a very efficient Gans production, mass production. Much per day we know. And especially when you collect CO2 or ZN, it's like a milk, and it's fantastic. I don't have the time to implement it. Creating ganses without any material, I've done it many times, so we have to scale it up to the industrial zone. It's just like planet, it creates life when the Gans level is not matter state. Any other question?
Dan had his hand up here. Dan, did you have a question?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, Rick and everybody else. I am Dan from Romania, I present. And my question is, you're creating in the Linz, creating like a dome for contain dome fields, for contain what fields is created inside this place, like in the mothership, in the ship?
More or less, yes. That's why I chose this center. I explained, if you went to the Brazilian teaching, I explained it why. And I don't go doing things anymore. So I teach you wherever I teach, you got to be there to learn what is taught at the time. The dome is like this. We are somewhere here. We can place reactors to operate, but all the spaceships, when you look, as I explained in the teaching, are like this. Whatever. Picasso will kill himself with me. The systems, space systems, are usually, depending on their position, side loaded on the lower level or loaded on the bottom. And this building has a system underneath which we can come in and walk in. Coming into this building this way, more or less, if you go full blast, becomes impossible. And we can access the building from underground and come up right in the center under the dome. This is a huge car park built underneath. And that's the only entrance to the building will be. And it's beyond, the entrance is beyond the field boundary, so we can enter it underneath and come up.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Is regarding all the iron which is built in the matter stage, which is built, how it interacts with.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll go through it.
Thank you.
In the test in Belgium, I could fly through the ceiling, through the concrete floor above me, because you have this garages which was built, it's concrete floor, totally concrete. We can go in and out with no problem. Matter state is not a problem anymore.
this is asking Mr. Keshe because when you have, for example, matter state, but in the fields, it's nano-coating, it's change. It create another environment when you have the matter state and the other.
It's all the same. It's all the same. When you work on a high level, you don't consider lower. It's just be part of. In totality, they're all the same. You don't worry about it. And when I saw this building, that's how we chose it. As I walked in the first time, it was just a gift after gift. I could see what I can do with this building. I have a control above, I have a building. Everything I want is there. I was with the owners or the managers of the building yesterday. And in the back of the building, we have a place about 1,000 square meters. Yes. It's one of the extension of this huge dome. They have blocked it away. I said, I might need this for 2 or 3 months. She said, what do you need this for? I said, we're going to show a flying car, and this is the best place to be. I want to show the first cars which float, and the room is big enough for me to do. And then we have another 600 square meter on the other side, where we will show a slight flight system in the next few months. I've been given the most beautiful building for me, for my work to show. And as if you come to the exhibition, I just concentrate on the, what we call technical side. Ella and Magdalene and Klaus and the others look after everything else. And so it's easy for me to walk in and see what I want to do next, and I just tell the people in the factory, I need this, if we can test. It takes a few weeks or a few days, and it comes back in and we test. In a way, I already have my spaceship. I'm just playing with it.
This is the lab you've always wanted, in a way.
Testing center. The lab is somewhere else.
Right.
Even the lab is gorgeous. I built that lab for myself. When I built it, from the scratch, I said to class, this is my home. I don't want anybody here. This is where I feel good to what do you call it, operate. And when even the lab has sections where when we load up, nobody's allowed, they all gets locked down. And we work. It's beautifully done. Everything is done the way feels good to work. It's not there to go to work. I don't work to live, I live to work. And I made this environment for myself since I was a young boy in business. I never went to work that I have to work to live. I created a condition that I lived and I enjoyed working. And it's the same in the lab. If you've been there past few days, I never go in around with people. I just sit there, look and what it is, observe the position and what I need to do with it next. And I think every time I move, Klaus shakes, he says, now he's coming up with something else. And when I say Klaus, he says, oh, and then we put a team together, this is what we need to do. Yep, I've got what I wanted. Let's see how we'll play. But tomorrow you might have a beautiful surprise. We have to wait and see.
Thank you very much for that bit of news. I think it's great that this place used to be a car show place.
No, it is exhibition center. It's an international exhibition center, and it's used for some of the car shows.
Yeah, and so appropriate that you can take over the whole floor, which used to have probably dozens of cars in there, and have the flying car highlighted in this.
You got to remember.
Seems appropriate somehow.
You got to remember 26th of November 2011. We planned to bring a flying car. Actually, we driven on the back of a tractor to, what do you call it, trailer to Holland from Belgium, and park it into the back of the auditorium. All the doors, everything was measured, that while the auditorium was full, the machine comes in and lands itself on the platform. Till 25th, the Belgians came and took all the radioactive materials needed and locked it in the safe in my lab. I said, if I'm a criminal, take. Says, no, we're going to stop you. You give the technology to disgrace King of Belgium, or we stop you. The last Belgium has left the foundation, and it's brought so much joy. I was betrayed on the pillow. And in that way, we couldn't show it. In this, when we show, it'll be better because we bring the pillow to the place. In a way, we bring the car at the bottom and we fly to be sitting on the platform. It will fly and it'll sit. What I wanted to show in Hanover on 26th of November 2011, I will show it in Austria. And the head of Keshe Foundation, in an unknowing way, has already chosen the car. We'll fly it on. It'll fly 3 meters, maybe more, 5 meters, to move from the base to the platform. And I think that's the best presentation that the car can fly. And you will see. And there is something that a lot of you have been around for a long time with the foundation got to know. Why we had so much problem in past years was what was talked on pillow was passed on to block the foundation. Every time we were moving, they knew ahead because things were discussed to how to block it. And now that's finished, and that's why you see success. There are no pillows and no Belgiums. And you will see the foundation will go up where it should have been, like a rocket. And we'll show new technologies. You will see the generators. You will see new, totally new industrial revolution systems in the coming weeks and months because we are working on it. This baby, as you see it, is taken nearly 2 years, more than 2 years, from inception to completion to what you see on the floor. Maybe on a teaching of 24th, I'll open something for Keshe Foundation worldwide to know and to understand. And then you will understand how the foundation was destroyed from inside continuously. That is gone. And the foundation will go where it's supposed to go and the way it's got to go. Any other question? Or I try to leave up with a 10 o'clock appointment. Thank you very much. It's nice to be back in Wednesday teaching after 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, really appreciate it, Mr. Keshe. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But see, we'll see what we can do and how we can develop the next steps. The only option left for the foundation, in a way, is to show the flight system. And we're considering this very closely between Ella and me, when and how we will show. And how it will show. That's a decision that we made inside the manufacturing team and team of the Keshe Foundation. We show it as a surprise, or we set it out for it to be shown. But we learn, and we will not announce any more things in advance, time and place and date. And you will see things by surprise from now on. In the flight, you're looking, when you look at those pictures, you're looking at 2 UFOs, fully loaded, ready to fly. And the captains are the most beautiful women on this planet, has a full control. And you will see it the way we structured it. You got to understand, we need men of peace to bring the condition of peace. And within the foundation, we have a few. And we work that way. And they're chosen to be the more or less the captains of the Keshe Foundation in all directions. And once they realized such a team has been structured by me in the background, the Belgian went writing to all of them, trying to destroy the foundation, to get them out. And strange enough, they all send all the messages back to me. Mr. Keshe, I said, stay intact, ignore. This is the plan to cut the head of the Keshe Foundation from the top. If you top people leave, this is their plan. And we literally stood with the oath of loyalty to humanity, and we stuck. You do not know what they did in the background to stop in past months the foundation. And they couldn't go anywhere. They went for the heads in a very disgusting way. And then we stopped walking away. They all walked in, back in, and we solidified, we closed. You do not know what we've done in past months, past 2 years, to keep the foundation the way it is and still keep the image outside. In July, they went to destroy the foundation totally and take over. And the biggest plan they couldn't come up with was to get rid of all the heads. And they wrote to them directly, and we have all the copies. And that was the time when the divorce came. Before they go to destroy more. One day, the world will know why we stood with this. But in a way, we are successful now. We are back on. We always been, we kept an eye. And the more we close work, with the more closer we became and got to know each other, how we work as a team. The plan was to get rid of me, for her to be stated as a head, and then to get rid of the foundation, close everything down, and hand it over to them. The only thing they did not calculate it was a divorce. And I kept that very close guard because I knew how the foundation was getting betrayed every day. One day I'll write the history of the foundation. And I thank all the heads of the foundation who stood solid. This is one of the reasons I immediately flew away, that there will not be another poisoning and killing. You do not know what I go through and how I run. This is a beautiful history of the foundation. We achieved what we came, and now we go up. And there's only way left into space and with peace. Thank you very much.
It's time for your appointment, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much for showing up here and enlightening us.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rick. Bye. Bye-bye.
See you in the Knowledge Seekers workshop.
I hope, if the system doesn't take us.
Hope you have glass insurance for the ceiling, just in case.
I think they'll be happy to pay for the damage like this.
Yes. Yes, you'll get lots of people volunteering to pay for that kind of damage.
Yeah, plenty Chinese did for millions and millions. I've never seen the nation being so happy to pay for the damages. When we ran out of control in China, South China Sea, the first thing the minister told me online, Mr. Keshe, we accept damages. No, don't worry, carry on researching. Don't worry. I called him at about 5 minutes past 1 online, telling him we ran out of control. I can't see. I don't know if I lost crew or not. He said, don't worry, Chinese government accept all damages. You carry on with work, don't worry. And we damaged millions. Thank you very much. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye for now. Well, here we go. Let me get my screen shared here. Well, that was great to hear from Mr. Keshe. That was fantastic to get it right from the horse's mouth, what's happening in Austria and the layout there and about the implementation of the technology coming up. Pretty exciting stuff.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here from the UK. I've been present in the exhibition yesterday, and I can tell all you guys that are very eager to know things, that the exhibition centre itself is beautifully laid out, and it's a lot bigger than when you see it on the pictures. It's a bigger expanse of area. And the fields within, a lot of the field interactions, there's lots of Gans there that are interacting and causing beautiful fields in there. And you do feel very peaceful when you're actually stood there within the building, and with all the beautiful souls that are present there at the moment. It is a very calming experience. And I know all of you, when you actually come to visit the centre, will be enhanced by your physicality and your soul. It's a wonderful experience. It's a joy to be there. I'm looking forward to tomorrow and being present to experience the next stage, to see what happens. if there's anything else anybody would like to know, I can tell you my experiences. I haven't interacted too much because I went on a very long journey where I was very tired driving for many hours. So I was a little bit sore from the driving experience, but the actual experience, as I said, within the building itself is very calming. And it looks that the building itself looks like a big dome. It literally does look like a big dome, a squash dome, which is quite exciting when you first see the building.
Mm. Nice.
Is there anything else you'd like to know, Rick?
Well, I'm just trying to think of what questions to ask. Is there anybody that has anything they'd like to know about the exhibition in Linz? It's a good opportunity. We have it right here from Dean, who's now available live in real time to talk about it. I'm glad you
Rick, I'm actually...
Did you get in there?
Yes,
did you get in?
When you say in, what do you mean? In the exhibition? Yes, I've been into the actual exhibition. Yes.
No, inside the machine.
No, but that's been not available yet. But I have been very close to them and been, you know, interacted with the fields. You can feel it, even though they're not actually switched on as such. You can feel it. I mean, it's that very pleasing sort of the Gans environment, and there's many Ganses there. So there's many fields going on, and it just makes you very calm. It makes you very calm, very placid inside. I mean, most of the people that follow this technology are very placid anyway, but it's just that peaceful feeling when you're close to these units. And it's also very interesting to see them close up, to see the physicality of them. They're very beautiful to look at and to see in a physical form, but knowing that in reality, once they're switched on, it'll be a completely different environment. I mean, the matter state will just melt away. It will be irrelevant, but it's pleasing to see them in a physical form. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, nobody's allowed to get in the unit, or they're not to be used that way yet. I was surprised that even Ella was in it there for that picture, but that was part of the charging process of, I think, perhaps.
There's lots of exhibitions there. There's obviously the cup of soul and the plant, the 5-cup structure and stuff. And there's another one where to the side of it, you can stand on a platform that is in a circular nature, and there's some Gans in the form of a tower, five stages of the tower, like the cup of soul. And you can have an experience just standing on this platform that just levitates you a little bit off the floor, and then so you get that feeling of not being connected to Mother, to the Earth. And so if you just close your eyes and just let the feels sort of like emanate through your body, you feel like I actually felt a clockwise motion throughout my body, and my fingers started to tingle, and I started to feel a little bit off balance. You could feel the feels flowing through your body. So that's a good experience for people to experience as well. I think many people will enjoy that one. And it's literally just standing in between 3 columns of stackers of Gans.
Lee asks in the chat, does it glow? By it, I guess.
It hasn't yet.
That's what Mr. Keshe was alluding to, actually, that when he gets everything going, he looks up at the dome and see if things are glowing. And also the lights are
I think you need to set your intentions.
Well, Mr. Keshe mentioned putting fluorescent light bulbs around tomorrow so that the fields will interact and they'll be able to see the bulbs glowing, similar to Tesla, he mentioned. That's the way Tesla.
I can imagine that. It's everything there is very very clinical and very well laid out, beautifully laid out. I can imagine once the as you said, once you put the, some lights on, some illumination, and you start seeing the fields, if you see the fields as well. I know those fields are very prevalent, they're there. Yeah, in a physical form, you don't see them yet, but I know with intention, I think with some photography, someone mentioned yesterday, if I put some intention into trying to see the fields and see what happens. And that's a very good idea. So we'll try and do that today, where I actually take a few intentional images and see what happens. Yeah, I'm actually waiting to go to the conference at the moment. So I'm not actually in the conference at the moment. I'm in a hotel room, and I'm about to go back to the conference, so into the exhibition. So I'll try that a little bit later on.
Where did you drive from?
I drove from the south of France, right down the bottom of the south of France, right down the bottom, right the way up to Linz. And believe me, it was a long drive. I probably did it a little bit too fast. I did it in 2 days, but it was like driving sort of 16 hours a day, and having a couple of little short stops, and then just going on. But it was a long drive. It was a tiring drive. So yeah, but I'm here now and ready to experience everything that Mr. Keshe has explained, which will be an amazing thing to be part of. I'm very honoured to be here, to be honest. It's a very beautiful. Just to be present is just a wonderful thing. Very beautiful.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's great. I
know all you guys that have spent your the majority of your time and emotions right now concentrate on this environment and this technology would love to be here, but you are here. Your souls are here. You're here right now. So you just got to think what you need. You need yourself to want to be. So you are present. You're definitely present. You can feel it within the building. There's many souls within that building. That's another thing I would like to say. You can feel that there are many souls there that are waiting for this information to become, more widespread amongst the populace of the planet Earth.
Can you check this? Can you check the sky outside and see if there's changes before you get in?
I will do. Yes, I will do. I'll take some pictures. I took a couple of pictures yesterday. It's very warm here at the moment. And when I drove from the south of France to Austria, it was the same conditions all the way through. It's extremely humid and warm at the moment, and it was a constant temperature right the way through. It was a good sort of 1,000-mile to 1,200 kilometer drive. So, and as I said, the temperature's the same, and it's very humid and warm right the way across the continent. It seems to be anyway. So I will check the environment for you.
Dean, even though you were exhausted, you said you were tired from driving. Did you still have that sense of not wanting to leave the exposition?
So Mark, you broke up then. I didn't catch all of that.
You said you were exhausted over a long drive and you were tired when you got there. Did you still have the sense of not wanting to leave the exposition center?
You definitely do. When you're there, you feel very, it just feels very comfortable. You just feel peaceful. And yes, you don't, the whole area is just, it's hard to describe. It's like this stillness within yourself, within the environment. Even when you speak, I mean, I've got quite a loud voice sometimes, and you need to speak softly. You feel, and everybody speaks softly. It's just a very peaceful place. You can feel it within yourself. Definitely, it's a moving experience. Even though it's in a scientific way, you can feel the soul atmosphere of the building too, and with intentions and loving thoughts. I'm sure many manifestations can happen. As I said, I was tired yesterday, so I haven't actually, gone into that too much. And it's the typical little child in a sweet store where you get there and you see all these sweets in front of you that you've been looking at and desiring for a long time because of all the technology. The same with the Ganses, and all the products are laid out. The spaceships, the little portable spaceships that you can have, the portable moon. they're all there, and so all those products they're visible to see in one area. So it makes it very exciting for knowledge seekers. You will love it. So it's a beautiful experience.
Lee had asked in the chat, would the fields be visible with Kirlian lenses, which are aura viewing glasses?
I would imagine they would be, but I haven't got those lenses. But yeah, I'm sure they would be. I'm absolutely sure they would be, because there are many. Just from the Gans alone, there's so many different Ganses there, and there's many Ganses that I've not seen before. And it was explained to me yesterday by a very beautiful person that how he interacted with and how he you know, made these Ganses. So it's just. There's bound to be many fields there that you would be able to see. I'm fairly sure about that. You would definitely, if you don't see them with your naked eye, but the technology of those lenses, yes, you would definitely see it. I'm fairly sure. You can feel it. You can feel it within yourself. So if you can feel it, it's there. It's a, you know, the fields are there.
Okay, any other questions? Really glad you made it. Really glad you made it there, Dean. It's good to hear
It's going to be
directly from you as well.
Yeah, sorry. Do you know what? I got so involved with everything yesterday, just being peaceful in this environment. I actually forgot about. I literally forgot to actually check into all the normal things I've been doing, like the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, and everything, because I was so involved with the environment that I was in, and this peaceful place, and looking at the technology that I sort of lost my own bearings, my own time, because I was, you know, engrossed in you know, in the sweet store that, you know, that was before me. I mean, that's not the right terminology, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
that's totally understandable. A place where time stands still, hard to relate to your previous lifetime at that point.
Yeah, it is. It's I know each and every one of you will experience all this yourselves at different points, but as I said earlier, you can experience it right now with your soul, and I know a lot of you are very aware of the conditions and the environment around yourselves, and with a thought and your intentions, you can be right in that center. You know, you can be part of it, literally right there. And the fact that Mr. Keshe is going to broadcast live tomorrow, you will be very present. It'd be wonderful to have all these souls together in one place, and the intensity of the souls manifesting together. That'll be a wonderful experience. I'm looking forward to it, I must admit.
We'll be there with you.
I don't know if it's being broadcast by just voice or whether there's video as well. So we will see. But I know there's going to be some very beautiful interactions going on tomorrow. Rick, if that's all, I think my lift, my spaceship's turned up, so I need to go to the exhibition now.
Right on.
All right, have fun.
Okay, and I will be in contact again shortly. Don't worry, and I will, everything I can do, I will show you. Don't worry. It's just as I said yesterday, it was just you know, bewilderment. So, but now today I can concentrate a bit more.
Very good. Have fun.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Rick. Bye-bye.
And Dean jumps in his spaceship and off he goes.
Marie was here for a bit of time, and I know she had put in the chat that she was going to be interviewed on the Brazilian YouTube channel.
I thought it was a news channel, but I guess it is broadcast. I think it is broadcast to YouTube as well. I think it's, what was it? Galaxy something? Galaxy
I'm not
News
sure.
or
I
something
thought
like
she
that?
might share with us, but she's not here anymore. She must have left.
I think I saw that in one of the Telegram groups. Let me see if I can recover it. I can't get back to it. Zoom is not allowing me to scroll properly here.
I put in the chat the link from YouTube from yesterday with Maria and Rafael.
Maria and Raphael. Okay, is that the something to do with the interview or broadcast
yes,
today?
This is the interview.
From 9 hours ago. Okay. I thought she was going now or something. I thought that was...
Oh, 9 hours ago, yes.
Okay.
And you have the answer when you say, I don't watch the Portuguese when Mr. Keshe explained with Dom and everything else. You have the answer from Mr. Keshe regarding the place in Linz.
We have the answer in that video?
No. It's when you started the meeting. No, you say I have the material, but I don't look at the Portuguese meetings where Mr. Keshe is present and explaining some things. He's coming and explained a few minutes ago.
Yep. Questions always get answered, it seems. Okay, so Lee brings up an interesting question, which goes back to the original question which came up. So what effects would Gans have on artificial intelligence?
It's a response, Mr. Keshe, when I asking what interfere with this matter, iron. It's iron, it's copper, it's what is made silica, what is intelligent artificial intelligence making. Perhaps it's this artificial is making only with the Gans, or only with the fields. But Mr. Keshe saying is not low. When you have a higher level, the matter is not count for changing the environment.
I don't understand what you're saying. So what effect would the GANs have on artificial intelligence? What effect would it have again? Say what you said there.
The lower state matter after it's nano, after it's GANs. When you have the field higher strength fields, it's not interfere, it's not change, because the artificials, like I say, have the soul. Right, in this manner, I understand Mr. Keshe saying.
Artificial intelligence doesn't have a soul, I mean.
Achieve the soul in certain moments.
If it achieves the soul.
Because all the creation have the soul. All the atoms, all the matters have the soul. More soul create the no universal like a group, no? Group of souls. Create the inner souls, like in your body. Is needed to search in my world better. I shut up and I listen. Sorry.
And Lee goes on to say, will it nanocoat AI like the drone chips? Drone chips, drone chips. Nanocoat AI like the drone chips. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I guess you mean like the effects of the plasma that Mr. Keshe describes, that nanocoats the chips. Well, AI doesn't have a location actually other than in servers and so on. So I'm not sure how it would nanocoat. I mean, the computers? Not sure what you're getting at there, what the connection would be. What do you mean by artificial intelligence, first of all?
Hi, everyone. I meant these artificial people posing as, these robots that we have around the place.
Oh, robots like just they have them that will be taking care of people at home and for lovers and all that sort of thing. So well, I'm not sure. Depends how you look at it. We are made of Gans. What's our effect on those entities and vice versa?
Didn't he just say that the AI would follow the plasma or the totality? Just the way as the matter state is, say, weaker than the plasma state, so it follows its lead.
I'm mainly referring to something that's programmed with a not too friendly intention behind its being.
Like what? And what do you mean? I don't know of anything like that, really. Do you mean
the equipment that the military own?
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
So, well, you would have to specify what type of military equipment, if that's what you mean by artificial intelligence. There's lots of things that they've recreated the entire Earth down to the nearest square centimeter in computer 3D land, for example, and do various tests on that and various scenarios. And that's through artificial intelligence. I'm not sure what GANs would affect that or have to do with that, other than, the fields of the GANs can influence those that have feelings, that are sentient beings, that are usually behind or programming that artificial intelligence, feeding it information. And that artificial intelligence will just respond to that type of information, basically. And so exchanging GANs for guns, we have a way of an inroad into changing the behavior of artificial intelligence for beneficial rather than harmful or not beneficial uses. It's one way to look at it. Any other comments about that?
Any high-level field will overcome the low field. This is fact of the plasma. So whatever they use, artificial or not artificial, it's not in the level of the plasma.
So you can create a dome or create a plasmatic field around you for protection if necessary, or do the Tom Sellis Oasis dome effect. And Mr. Keshe even talked today about the plasma reactors in the old lab at Cecinos when he was working with it, and how, you know, they had to it would interfere with AM radio. They would keep or I'm not sure if it's AM or FM. They kept the radio running in the lab, and they knew that the tests were effective and they were developing high magnetic fields when the radio stops or when the volume has a big change. So it was kind of the indicator, the canary in the coal mine, as they say, that would let them know that the fields are building in the reactors. So in a way, the reactors, or you could say the Gans or whatever, depending on what kind of reactor you're working with. But if you're working with higher levels, then it'll tend to have an interference with possibly, you know, telephone or, you know, iPhones and other cell phone kind of communications, as well as radio and TV. And Mr. Keshe mentioned today the speakers went out or developed a strange noise from the effects of the reactors that they reactor that they turned on.
He termed it magnetic fields in the matter state.
Yep.
And that radio was also used to see the extent of how far the fields were going out in the laboratory, I believe, as well, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that was the whole idea, was to measure the magnetic fields at that time too. That was the famous 129 Tesla results from the peak magnetic field. I was present watching that on I think it was Zoom. No, I don't think we had Zoom back then. I think it was Justin TV or maybe even Skype. I think it might have been Justin TV or one of those ones. In any case, we had multiple screens set up with, I had my reactor, my 4-reactor tetrahedral setup running, and I think there's Vince and two or three others around the planet had our reactors running, and we were watching the 129 Tesla results building up to the 129, as there were multiple magnetic peaks you could see on the meter live in real time as we were watching in the early morning hours for me, I think it was. And we watched for many, many hours. And then finally there it was, this peak. You know, the peak happens in maybe a second or two. And that's it. That's what you've been essentially waiting for that whole time. But it was the anticipation and the waiting and just watching these, you know, bigger and bigger peaks building up was quite amazing, actually. And because we had our reactors going at the same time, we felt a connection both with each other and with the reactor combination at Cicino. So it was like it was a good double whammy of connectedness in that environment. Does make one wonder how the technologies are going to mesh. The plasma technology seems to interfere with our old school cellular and radio and TV type electromagnetic signals, and the plasma works on a different basis from plasma to plasma, let's say, rather than transmitting in the way that radio signals are transmitted. So I think there'll be some challenges as we move into the new technology. Do we have to somehow screen the technologies from each other, or put up some kind of Coulomb barrier so we can have things still running, so we can still have our TV, but still have instant communications through the plasma technology as well? Or we'll just have to crush and melt everything and use it for the base materials for our new technology. You know, put it in the crush-o-matic, the home crush-o-matic device, and it'll and then you put it all the crushings into the plasmasizer that makes anything you want. Sounds good to me.
You'll have a flying car, hovering car, but the radio won't work.
The good news is we have your flying car ready to go. The bad news is that $8,000 stereo system we put in doesn't work.
That will be world grabbing, attention grabbing headline if they have a hovering car without a fan or a jet engine to use, you know, air to propel it.
Well, this has been the holy grail of physics and mechanical engineering and well, virtually every discipline when it comes right down to it. There's so many things you can do if you can hover things. I mean, just having a hoverboard as a kid would be your ultimate dream if you were a youngster and didn't have to blow through those tiny little wheels on your board as you're skateboarding around. It would be, you know, wonderful. People that were handicapped would be getting around easier. If you want to build a home, you don't have to use roads and pay for all the road work to be done and various other things. You can just drop in directly from wherever you are to your place. So it means a whole raft of changes, of course. And yes, it's been the dream. It was, you know, one of the things that attracted me to the Keshe Foundation originally. There was the image of the flying car that was on the website. I think it was photoshopped by Dirk probably back at that time. In any case, it was you know, a cute picture. You could tell it was more or less photoshopped and not the real thing. But on the other hand, it was inspiring. It was inspiring to see that concept of the flying car that's been so elusive since basically the 1950s and 50s and early 60s. That was when the Jetson cartoons came out, and it was, you know, about the future and the flying cars. And in the 50s, they were experimenting with gravitational effects and supposedly able to work with anti-gravity and these secret programs and so on and so forth. And then sometime in the 60s and maybe early 70s, in that range, it kind of went dead. And it went underground into these black operations and so on. The corporation owned technology and information. And we didn't hear about any of the anti-gravity levitation type technology basically since then. It all became this woo-woo, flying saucer from space kind of technology, when it was, worked on by many different organizations back in the 1950s. And they had success with various arrangements. But of course, it would have been too early to bring that kind of technology about because, well, basically as humankind, we are still too violent and still trying to smack each other all the time. It's one thing to smack each other with rocks and even guns, but when you have a school, as Mr. Keshe mentioned, if you can throw a school bus from the other side of the planet at Mach 40, then it basically is like an atomic bomb going off when it lands. So you don't, we're not ready for that kind of energy and abilities as humans quite at this point. So we have to regulate things till we can handle it. We get to have a little more power every year and a little more energy that we can handle, as evidenced by the new cars, which some of the new electric cars are able to out-accelerate any other cars ever made, and anybody can buy one, and yet it's the quickest vehicle in the world, and you can do 60 miles an hour in less than 3 seconds. So it's a different world when you've got 400 to 1,000 horsepower available to you instantly. And what if we had 10 or 100 times that, or 1,000 times that, or even millions of times that energy? Then you can actually start to create materials, and you don't even need that kind of energy anyway. But if you were a scientist with a collider, then you would think you would need these to collide materials together and create new materials and so on. Of course, using the Gans technology, there's ways of, as Mr. Keshe put it, instead of smacking hard-boiled eggs together, trying to, at high speed, trying to make an omelet, it just doesn't work when you can actually calmly break the eggs first and stir, and you've got your beginnings of an omelet without having to smack the hard-boiled eggs together, as the scientists tried to do. Anyway,
I was going to bring up that cartoon on the Jetsons as well, the Jetsons. And it seemed, it seemed like they were getting ready to condition the population into that sort of technology, and it seemed rather normal.
Yeah.
It didn't seem strange at all.
We all expected it back then, and that's why we have a saying now, what happened to my flying car? Right? The old people that remember the time when flying cars were, to be, that was the next thing, basically. And there's been lots of attempts with, rotating rotors and gyrocopters and helicopter type devices and wings on cars that are basically airplanes with a car, steering on them or whatever. But they've all been, well, if not total flops, at least mostly flops. And you don't see anything that works with the the way that is the promise of the plasma technology, or even of the promise of Tesla, who had actually a flying machine. That his flying machine, as he described it, had no wings or no ailerons and no airbags, and could position itself even in the windy conditions without worrying about the currents, the wind currents, and so on. It was basically a positive positioning device powered by 5 of his inventions together, creating the fields. It was a field effect generator using his actual high voltage generator and his turbine and several other devices in order to create fields that position this machine positively in its environment. And of course, that technology was either stolen or sold or otherwise got or perhaps even deliberately suppressed by Tesla, because he began to realize that the powers that be were not being overly friendly with his technology, in fact suppressing it and causing all kinds of problems with air pollution and everything else at that time. So that was in the 1930s and 40s. Nearly 100 years ago now, when Tesla claimed to have that all figured out. And shortly after that, things got basically covered up, other than the trillions of dollars that have been spent in some of these programs that they don't know where the money's gone.
Hi, it's Barbara.
Hi.
Hi. Just listening on you guys. I'm just curious. Wonder what the response is going to be like for the insurance companies when the flying car comes out.
Yes. Well, that's
just the self-driving car alone, once it's perfected, is going to reduce the mortality rate on the highways down to almost zero, and the accidents will be down to almost zero. So the body shops that fix the cars after the accidents won't be having the type of work they used to have as well. And I think Mr. Keshe said it's going to be like a magnet or something where they're not going to bump into each other. When you try to push the magnet close together, it repels.
Yeah, it basically works like that. And so it'll be a whole different world that way. And it'll actually cost you more if you want to try to drive your own vehicle in this system. You'll have to pay more for insurance because
there you go.
Exception, and you'll have to have a sport driver, special insurance or something.
So in terms of flying car, like, are we going to be just hovering over the highways, or are we going to be up in the air like an airplane? Like, I'm trying to visualize that.
We almost definitely will not be flying the vehicle ourselves, because humans just don't have the reaction time when you're flying at speeds up to Mach 40 and that kind of thing. That's ultimately where the technology ends up. It's not just a flying car. It's the same as the vehicles now. It's not just an electric car. It's an electric car that's the fastest vehicle in the world, standard out of the factory. And so the hovering car will not just be hovering, because it's easy to add the propulsion to technology once you have the hovering technology. as Mr. Keshe said, it's all part of the Pandora's box. And once you open up that central reactor that generates the fields for positioning, then it's become simple to alter those fields in a way to produce propulsion, and then it's just a matter of going faster and faster with the protective fields, and then having the systems in place that can respond fast enough to not allow things to smack into each other. So then you have to move into faster computer systems and into the plasma type computer systems and so on and so forth. So there will be a gradient, let's say, of learning and technology and so on while this all happens. It may start out with just a hovering car that doesn't need tires, and it only stays a foot or two over the, roadway, perhaps. It's difficult to say how the evolution of this will go. And it's difficult to say how many car companies, or what used to be considered car companies, are working on this in the background. Every car company now has designs for flying cars. That's a no-brainer. They've all shown it or hinted at it, but they're all funky designs with rotating blades, basically like a drone, or one of these things that the kids all use, and that kind of thing, with the 4 motors or 6 motors or whatever. And a lot of them are electric and all of that, but it's still funky with rotating blades. It's not a good idea to have rotating blades around kids and pets and people in general. It's just a bad combination. So the new technology, when it kicks in, it'll be adopted very quickly, and people will see all the advantages, and more importantly, corporations will, that will want to take over and use their own ways of doing things and so on and so forth. So there's going to be a lot of interesting times that we're headed for here. This is the ultimate product, you could say, that if you have control of that kind of technology, then you can offer that to offer literally billions of vehicles to the people of planet Earth. And it would totally surpass and make obsolete the regular vehicles. Why would you drive something on the road that costs 100 times more to drive than to be there near instantly with the new technology? And you say, well, sometimes I like to ride on a donkey. Sometimes I like to drive my old Chevy or my old BMW or whatever it is. And it'll be like that. Sometimes we like to go horseback riding. Sometimes we like to go for a walk instead of driving, and so on and so forth. So we will have different preferences, the same as we might prefer a slower saucer instead of the fast model. And we may prefer to go to space in our physicality rather than going to space in our soul body, our soul vehicle, let's say. So it's different strokes for different folks, and depending on both our wish and our abilities, then we get what we wish, basically, as the way I see it, coming up in the very near future. If not now, because people are doing it now, and we've had lots of testimonials about that. People are making connections from a distance and doing remote healings and remote connections and remote telepathy and feeling others at a distance, and all kinds of things are going on. We're getting reports back on that. So we're lucky to live in these very interesting times.
I know Mr. Keshe said he had referred to 5 minutes from Beijing to Washington. And I don't know how many thousand miles it is, but then he said most of that time will be spent getting up and coming back down.
Yeah.
So you can imagine the speed. Most of the 5 minutes is going to be part of the takeoff and part of the landing, rather than the actual travel time.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably have to go through a plasma decontamination system to even get on or off the vehicle. He's mentioned that years ago in terms of saucer safety, you might say, standard saucer safety. You got to go through like a decontamination chamber in order to, that's what the astronauts do after all. They go into actual quarantine to, before they get on the spacecraft and after they get out of the spacecraft. And they decontaminate the whole spacecraft as well, so it doesn't contaminate the moon or wherever it is they end up at.
Well, I do hope I get to see one in my lifetime. I actually had an opportunity when I was like 9 years old to see Apollo 13 down in Mississippi when we lived down there. So that was quite the sight. So to see something like that, to see something like this in my lifetime is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it's for me in a way, it's pretty much what I've waited for my whole lifetime. It's what I've wished for, to see that time when the saucers are real, when we have that communication with the universal community.
You will see more than that, both of you. And the speed we are going, be patient.
Yep.
We'll have to get together and have a party.
That was kind of a contradiction. First saying we're going to see more than that, and then be patient.
Endless party.
But it was a fun contradiction.
There's a lot of contradictions in this line of work, it seems. I thought we would see flying cars 10 years ago, but in a way I'm glad we didn't, because it would have been chaos at that time. And even now it will be chaos, but we're already in the midst of chaos. So in a way it's a perfect timing to bring in new technology. There's an opening now, there's a split, and the old tech is not looking good. And they keep, trying to say the same things and do the same things, but it's just not working anymore. The system is too fractured and too competitive and too money orientated and so on, that it keeps keeps tripping on its own feet and shooting itself in the foot, and it's like this dinosaur that's falling over because the environment's changed and it can no longer survive. So fun times for those that enjoy that kind of thing, enjoy that kind of scenario. When things fall apart, that always means there's new beginnings. And when stuff comes to an end in one place, it just means there's a new beginning somewhere else. So it all gets recycled, and we don't have to obsess about it excessively or anything, because it'll all work out on its own. Things that need to fall off, and the rest of the organs keep functioning. I notice the older I get, if few teeth fall out, maybe one of the, I notice it's very handy having two of everything, 2 eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs, and 2 ears, and so on. So if you lose hearing in one of your ears, well, still got another one. You lose use of an arm or something, well, it's okay, there's still one more. The older you get, the more things fall off, and it's just less stuff you have to drag around. Hopefully we'll get to the point of not having any burdens, any baggage by the time it comes that we pass from this lifetime, and that we can pass clean without needing to hang on to our baggage.
Well, no, I think he recently said we're going to have the privilege, or he's going to gift us, or where we travel as a ray and a particle simultaneously, not just one or the other.
Sounds like
Sounds like what?
Star Trek. Beam me up, Scott.
Yeah, a lot of this technology does sound like Star Trek, and in effect is. So it's so unlimited that it's mind-blowing. It's like many years ago, I think about probably 7 years ago, Mr. Keshe was talking about reactors, and I was showing him my reactor, and as part of the first plasma group when we first got together, and like he was mentioning earlier today. And we're discussing all these different types of reactors and combinations, and should you have a center post and not, and how do you make the bearings and the seals and the this and the that, and how do you load the reactor and the different gases and the different, there's just so many combinations. And Mr. Keshe says, yes, there's as many different types of reactors as there are stars in the universe. And I just went, oh wow, that's mind-blowing. There's no end. You can start a new reactor every day for your lifetime, hundreds or even thousands of completely new concepts and ideas every single day. And if every single person did that every single day, it still wouldn't be enough there'd still be unlimited numbers of concepts and ideas and ways of creating reactors left. So it was just kind of a mind-blowing moment of clarity there, of the sheer possibility of it all. And when you're in kind of the center trying to decide, well, what kind of reactor should I build? And what is it I can bring to this, and how can I expand the knowledge with my individuality, my individual soul put into whatever reactor combination that I conceive of? How can I contribute with that, and so on? And it's difficult, because that means you start from the point of being a point from which all possibilities exist. You can create anything you want, anything in the universe. You are a total power of the creator, but you have to decide one of those ways to do it in order to manifest something, and to actually, show that you have the knowledge, and you create a reactor and have some kind of effect that, shows that you have some sort of control over the plasma condition. You're a plasma manipulator, one of the higher realms of creatorism. So there you are. Where do you begin to create the ultimate reactor for yourself and for, of course, others and for the greater good and so on, because that has to get woven into it. And it's daunting. It's where do you begin? And then once you begin, what is the next step? Because one step leads to the next step, which leads to the next. And if you take a step, that means you avoided a lot of other steps you could have taken sideways, backwards, to different angles, let's say. And if you follow your passion, let's say, then that's going to lead in sort of one direction, maybe zigzaggy, but it'll still be in a certain direction. But if you go in any direction, that means you're not looking at all the other directions. So you're missing all the other stars of the universe if you're focusing on one of those stars as your star reactor, let's say. In many ways of using that word, star reactor. So that becomes the conundrum, and that can leave a lot of knowledge seekers kind of stymied. They get stalled out because it's just mind-blowing. There's too many possibilities. There's too many ways of doing it. Therefore, everything collapses. The mind can't follow that that many choices, that many possibilities. And you feel like, well, I don't want to limit myself. I mean, every time we talk about any particular reactor, then Mr. Keshe usually pipes up that you don't want to limit yourself by limiting only to that kind of Gans or limiting it to, that type of system or those gases or those materials and so on. And he's always tries to prod us to go to a higher level with it, and where you don't actually even need the materials for the stuff you're creating. You work directly with the fields, and you start using your thoughts and your feelings and so on to as a creator, rather than working with materials or creating on the manifestation level. So it's quite a thing. I think that most people run into this is, where do they begin? It's like with the Gans, it starts out, 1 cup, 1 life, real simple, straightforward. Then you get into up to the 5 cups, some people 25 cups or more, and all the different interactions and different ways of treating it and processing it and using that concept. And all of a sudden you've got as many combinations and possibilities as, again, all the stars in the universe. So it's interesting, and we're very fortunate, and it puts us on the spot. And then we have to learn to limit ourselves in a certain way, but then really go for that at the same time and try to push the learning in some direction, to try to add to the knowledge, as Mr. Keshe says, which is part of the fun part of discovering something new again for the first time, and letting others know, or sharing that with others, and that can be a really great experience. I'm hoping that we'll have more experiences of creating stuff in this group. We need to perhaps work with that manifestation end of things a little more than we have in the last couple of years. It's been less of the hands-on and more of the mind-on, you might say, with this group. But I think we need to, in a way, get back to our roots to show what we can manifest and what we can do. And for me personally, it means firing up the old vacuum pump and playing around with some vacuum conditions, because I always like to start with nothing and see where it goes from there.
Well, you heard what Mr. Keshe just said, right? When the materials unit is set to that particular one or so on, it's set to produce a ton of copper a day. He said, but then we're not producing the copper. We're producing the souls, and the soul will attract the copper, the soul of copper. He just said that.
Yeah, I didn't hear it as copper. I heard it as just materials. But yes, that's definitely the idea there. And maybe he did say copper. The soul of I thought he said
the material.
The material or something. But that's absolutely right. It's kind of a profound moment for me, actually, that, oh yeah, you create the soul of the material and allow the material to create itself around that seed core of the soul. It's so much easier than trying to actually create the matter yourself. Allow the matter to be created by the soul of the matter. And I said, of course.
And I was thinking about that out in space, Rick, where you create the souls with the fields, and then it's up to the soul itself whether it wants to take on the matter state. But they're just creating souls.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say between you and another being, or two other beings, or several beings, or however it works. They're creating the soul, and it's up to the soul to decide whether, if they want to take on the matter state.
Mm.
I know it sounds far out, but it's not.
Well, what about in terms, I'm just thinking in terms of the vertical people, what we call, plants or vegetables, let's say. And say we create the fields of the vegetable, say the fields of carrot. Instead of copper, let's say carrot. So you got the fields of carrot. And if we learn to feed off that interaction of the fields of carrot, then we don't really have to manifest the carrot in order to feed, let's say. But maybe the carrot wants to manifest just to experience manifestation of carrotness for some reason. And like you say, maybe that's up to the soul of the carrot to get to that point.
And he did say, like, again, with the carrot here, that you would have the material and the taste. In the future, we'd learn how to create the texture of the carrot, let's say, as well as the taste. And the taste may be up to the person.
When you have the source and you have the emotion, you can create whatever you like.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, for the lifetime, for Barbara, are you speaking about physicality? You already exist for eternity, unless you steal from your soul, and in that way your soul do not have any more to give. And be patient. I'm sorry, I'm giving some words. I'm running away because I have a lot of work in the background.
This is Jalal's instant advice.
Yeah, it called a beautiful patient. Like when you are in a problem and someone come and say it's already solved, don't worry. Like if you need some money to tomorrow to give, and you have faith in someone, and this one come to you and said, okay, tomorrow you will have the money. It's instant. You are impatient, but it is beautiful patient because you have faith in that man that you are already receive it without actually you receive it. So this is the beautiful patient, what I meant. Thank you, guys.
I had a thought. Do you guys remember when the microwave first came out? Do you remember how old you were? I remember my father was, he's a electrical engineer, and he had these magazines that were Heath kits. I don't know if anybody remembers.
Yep. I remember those.
Yeah, so I had to do this school project. I was like 9 years old. 9 years old was quite a profound time in my life. And I remember doing a presentation at school going, hey, you can cook a roast in so much time. And everybody's like, yeah, right. And look at us, you know, we use a microwave and we don't even think twice about it. So this will be, you know, in the future, the same, this technology. This is like the grassroots and everything where this is all starting to manifest it. So that just kind of came to my mind. It's like,
well, that's actually the roots of Mr. Keshe. His father brought essentially the X-ray technology into Iran and used it for hospitals and so on, but actually developed the technology. He was working with, I think, Philips Corporation or something like that. And so it really influenced Mr. Keshe when he grew up, being around that equipment when he was a small child and so on. He kind of got used to it, and those rays and those radiations are all part of the you know, his learning and his influence when he was a kid. So yeah, the microwave is, you know, it's really common, and almost everyone has a microwave now. And some people are against them, of course, but they seem to have their purpose, and they're also used in the lab quite a bit now for nanotechnology work. So that's another thing to think about. There might be ways of using that in our work with the Ganses or with nanotechnology creation.
cool. Thanks.
What did you think, Rick, when he said the plates are going to become obsolete?
Well,
or they already are obsolete.
It ties in with Jefferson's question in the chat here. Hello to all. How would we produce GANs without copper or zinc plates? As Mr. Keshe said before, does anyone have a word to clarify it? Well, this is ultimately what Mr. Keshe keeps pounding at over the years, is for us to, I don't know how many times he said, to move away from the GANs, to move away from the GANs, and you know, go to the fields directly, and so on and so forth. He keeps prodding us to go there, but we keep hanging on to our physicality stuff so we can actually see something happen and have it give us some reason for our existence, it seems. But can anyone else add to that? How do we produce GANs without the copper or zinc plates? How do we create
It's
that?
got to be through the soul.
Through that field condition, yeah, through the soul.
It's got to be somewhere through somehow creating souls, because he said, I'm showing you how to create a soul. So as we learn that, maybe you, as in space, as I just said, that where two souls come together and they leave fields or they share fields and a soul is created over time.
Mark, what is the definition of soul?
It's just an energies, package of energies.
Fields. We'd like to call them souls. Okay. So Can you generate fields? Do anyone remember the Maghreb? This old beautiful soul, and still no one cared about?
We all missed it.
Yeah, it will come back, don't worry. If you can generate fields, so what you are doing in the CO2 box, this higher level of situation here. So what it need? It need a lower field. Then you will have whatever you want. Ganses or better state or nano state or what you need. Understand the concept here in the CO2 box. What you have? Low level matter state, little bit higher level nano state, interact with each other, create a field. A field create a high level Gans. You take the Ganses and you rate it. By the way, anyone captured the free plasma? You rate.
Only contain the free plasma. I don't capture.
You must capture this a long time ago.
In the middle of the ball.
Yes.
Spinning ball.
This is the soul of this reactor. This small dots. And you are working with vacuum and all. Why you come to this knowledge before? It have a purpose. Now you need to take this purpose and work with it. Anyone and each of you here, don't think you come just by accident. All your knowledge, all what you learned, all your ancestors, what they learned, it have a purpose. Just use it. Capture the free plasma. Sorry, Barbara. Okay, go ahead.
I was just thinking, is it possible with our intent that we would attract the fields to create the matter?
If you work with a source, absolutely yes. Because now you have two different interaction, high level and low level. Which one is the high level? Which one is the low level? Is it your attention is the high level and the Gans is let's say the source is low level, or the source high level and your emotion, let's say, because the attention comes from the emotion and your emotion is low level.
That came to mind about a teaching I remember with Mr. Keshe, where he was saying that you could be in a desert and you would take a rock and you could take that energy. So that's where I kind of drew that information from, that, you know, all the energy that we have is out there. So we just have to attract that particular energy that we want to create something.
It is the understanding, you know, Barbara. It is the understanding of what you have in your hand. Is it high level or low level? If it's at low level, you must have the high level and then you interact. If it's at high level, you must become the low level to interact. It is awareness what you have.
Okay.
That's all. It is not magic. And all this what you see in teacher Professor Keshe. He's bring you so many things, and in a way, here in this earth, it's all tools for you to understand a full spectrum of what is there outside there. And when do one thing, you achieve. Yes, my friend.
How do you know which one is low level and high level?
Now what we are learning. What is the atomic weight? What is the atomic mass? And what we have from the matter to nano to ganses, and we say this is high level. And your body is full of ganses, but we do not use it. Do anyone remember this accident when this woman have her child beneath a bus or a car? There is a movie about it when she lift up the bus and take her child. They
Many
said,
of them. Yeah, they call
yeah,
them superhuman.
we all superhuman. The scientists, I follow that. The scientists said, if you bring all your muscles in one direction, they work in one direction, you can lift a bus 40 passenger bus full with passenger. You can lift it. The thing we do not understand, and no one told us what we have actually, what our capability of creating things. And so many times Mr. Keshe said, look what happened. This is your creation. Your creation, that means the humans. It's not the animal which create this misery or this problems or whatever wars. It's the man. He have the capability of creation. What do you think about the two souls? What they receive? Why they receive it? And if they receive it, you didn't receive it. It's not now. It's 1 centimeter from you. He said when one approach the door and knock on the door, I will open up to the knowledge. What that mean? One person of all this humanity, if he come to this door and knock it, or even do not knock it, just come to the door and I will open it for you. Because in that time, the whole humanity is actually prepared for this knowledge. He do not need to teach all that for all of humanity. Because if one, if you make the condition to capture the amino acid, did you capture the whole amino acid? Or you make the condition to capture the carbon, and this carbon is coming with the whole package. He will the whole package. Just as Rick said, don't restrict yourself on one. Open up for another things. Don't look in one way. Try to be open up for everything. It's the plasma. It is two: high level and low level, and exit and entry in the way give and take. That's all. Whatever you see in this system, understand it, understand your position, understand what you have, understand what is your emotion in that time, how I can be taker, because you have to, or how I can be a giver, because you have to. By the way, Barbara, last time I heard you said we need good people. My dear, all the people is good. Absolutely all of them. It is the condition which they put themselves in, they make them, in your point of view, bad, or a stealer, or a killer, or. But actually, from the soul point of view, all is equal. And it takes only, as he said, flick of finger to change everything. Because if you changed, finished, you will reach everyone because you are part of them. If one cell in my body change to this plasmatic or to this knowledge, finished. It need a little bit of time. Whatever this time is it is in the speed of our light of the matter state, or speed of the light of the dark matter, dark position, or the principal position. And the whole system will change. Thank you.
What about this idea, Jalal, about things being manifest at the point of need if you need them? I'm sure this lady didn't go around lifting buses or something and practice that. And that's probably the first and last time she may ever do that. But it was manifest.
She didn't think.
At point of need, it was manifested.
Yes. And she didn't think. If she thinks, she will fail, because how can I lift this one? I don't have the power. But she didn't. She react to the action. So what that mean? She didn't strengthen herself. She worked direct with the soul. And what is the soul? The energy field of the whole body. And if you work that, the whole environment will give you this energy, because you made the environment to this energy to come in. So simple. If you can replicate the field of one of his teaching in the private 2015, he taught that. And I think if Rick squeeze a little bit his memory, he will remember it. He said, make a system of nano-coated coil and make the ratio of, at that time he done it as 1:5, and he said put around it empty cups with the salt, without any plates, anything inside it, and see what can you create. Because two coils have energy, low field and high field. It's the same of the plate, same the coil, same of kinds of ganses, same of whatever you say. Two fields. And
Gerard,
see what you will have. Yes.
I have a question. In 1 glass of water, normally water, you have already two fields, above and below, the earth and the atmospheric, amino acid, or how you want to call. You already make the Gans inside of this glass of water. It's no need big glass of water. Every place, its point where exists the field, because you have already at least two fields interact, down and up. In the middle, you are already create. Okay, sorry for interruption. It's like making the horizontal plate.
Yes, but what you need a shape of capsule to capture this field or this soul. It need a, what do you call it?
Container for
Yes, it need container. That's all. Whatever that container it is, if you work with real high level fields, and you make this container of the fields, finish. As he so many times he taught with your hands, just flick your hand in the way. And what that mean? Your source is the soul, and the low field is the emotion. You can create everything. Create this ball of light and leave it there. No one will see it. No one will touch it, because they are not interacting with this field. Only you who create that. I think Rick remember that in the past 2015 teaching.
Empty box of universe.
Yeah,
Depend of place. It's when you have the center, the plasma, is contained in self, because create the magnetosphere, the boundary, the mass, the everything else. It's interaction between two, inner and outer. It's contained in self.
And remember, somebody just asked Mr. Keshe, are we able to use the hands as patches? And he said, man has been using hands for patches for a long, long time.
When you have the headache, what you do? Put the hands, no? You make the feel flow. When your mother, your child, you hurt, no injury in the leg or something else. What action to the mother? Kiss, hanging, covered with love. You have the patch.
What he speak, Mr. Keshe, about creation, you need two magnetic field to interact. What is your hand? It's the magnetic field of your body. So you have two magnetic field. You need only one thing to attach the gravitational field of that position. And what is the gravitational of it? It's your emotion. So two magnetic field and one gravitational is the emotion. And you can create with your hand whatever you want, because you have a source. High field and low field in a position it can create. But have faith in what you are creating and attach to it. Think good and do good and speak good. And don't worry about what you create, because you are in good thinking, in a peace, in creating something good. The whole universe will help you in that. And it will add to you, because you open a door. You ask. And when you ask, you shall receive whatever you ask for. And these ladies, in a way, their thinking, their position, they ask without actually asking. In the matter state, they made the environment to capture that soul, and that soul is a knowledge, and this knowledge is a energy field of energy. You want to give it a name, and you cut it for electricity. You can cut it to matter state. You can cut it for emotion state. You go higher. You can. It's up to you in which level you want to work. You just open a door. Think in that way, and you shall receive. Everyone will help you to receive that. But if you really just not think about it and leave it, and you don't know if you receive it or not. Who said you didn't receive that soul? Or it is standby, just like it need that you open the door. This ladies is no different between you and them, and us and me. Only they made the condition to receive that. So you can. Thank you. Back to work.
Thank you. Thank you, Jalal. Always good to hear your wise words of wisdom. Okay, any other wise words of wisdom here?
Well, what's standing out for me right now, or that I've been thinking about, is back to the Brazilian Portuguese teaching last Friday, where I think it was last Friday, where he said he was using those Gans to actually create one part of it, to create cosmic rays so that beings from the universal community would be able to manifest. They needed these rays. They needed this condition to be able to manifest. So he was creating some cosmic rays in that array of Ganses. And then now he said he moves them around every day. So those beings need that condition that isn't available on the planet, apparently, for certain ones, because I know in Southern Americas that those conditions are, certain conditions are prevalent for certain beings to be able to manifest more readily.
Yeah, so it seems different parts of the planet have a higher chance of those beings manifesting, let's say. And perhaps different different dimensions for different beings even.
At the conference, at the exposition.
Well, the beings that Mr. Keshe interacts with might be different than the beings that you or I or somebody else interacts with. It's because maybe there's a lot of beings out there. Maybe there's billions of beings more than the beings of planet Earth, let's say, that can be interacted with, depending on our skills, abilities, and
good thought.
Whether we respond to that dimension or interact with it. Some people see ghosts. Some people see their elders, or rather their ancestors. Some people have various entities that seem to live inside them that come out. Their alter egos or that schizophrenia kind of activity. So there's different entities that come and go. I think that's part of what goes along with the feeling of the fields, is that we start to realize the entityness of things, that there are other entities that have a existence of some sort, and that we can feel them, and that can be unnerving, I think, to some people, and that might stop their journey, let's say, of wanting to know more, because who wants to, you know, if you feel the presence of what some people might call a ghost, then that can be unnerving to some people, it can be stimulating to others, and quite pleasant and conversational to yet again others. So it depends on our own state and our perspective, where we are on the ladder of existence, and what we're able to keep balanced, I guess, is in terms of that perception. I think what was it? Came up in the One Nation, I think, a couple of weeks ago, when the idea, I think Mr. Keshe said it, the idea to learn to live in both dimensions came up, to live in the world of the physicality, but also in the world of the soul at the same time.
And respond likewise as well, Rick.
Aha.
Your choice to respond on as the soul would respond, or your choice to respond as the physicality would respond.
Right. And
to any given situation.
If you actually are conscious in that moment, and are able to make that choice, then what a fine way to, what an elegant way to move through life. Because, I mean, in a way, you have the best of both worlds.
It's not funny, but it's right in line with you bringing up ghosts and things like that. I happened to see a show about the Warrens. I don't know if you know Ed and Lorraine Warren. I've met them. They were actually in my home when I grew up, but they're very famous, supposedly ghost hunters and following in the line of Catholicism and so on. But anyway, is trying to get rid of them. But anyway, it's a very long story, but that little 2-hour show would open a lot of people's awareness up to other dimensions. But anyway, Lorraine, who was the wife of Ed, and a lot of this took place in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where I am right now, even though they had become world famous near the end. She said that she used to see lights as a child, auras around people, and that she just assumed, she never asked for that gift, but she used to see the lights, and she just thought everyone else could see lights too. And the story went on that she was in some school, Laurelton, it was a private school, and I guess it was a Catholic school, and one of the nuns overheard her talking to another student saying, gee, I wonder why the light around Sister Marie is much brighter than the light around, I don't know, Sister Abigail. And one of the nuns overheard that, and she said, we'll have none of that talk around here. And so they stifled the whole thing. But just the idea of seeing lights, and people were glowing differently to her. And apparently she went on to be a medium and married Ed Warren, which, again, he had some very interesting of these ghost experiences as a child, where he'd feel presences or voices in the closet. And he'd tell his father, and his father would say, now, son, there's a logical explanation for everything. But of course, he said his father never explained that logical explanation to him. But he went on and had some tragedy in the Navy, where he rescued a man. Apparently a tugboat got hit and the water was on fire, and they all jumped into the water, and his friend was next to him, and he just grabbed onto his friend, and he didn't know where he was going to go. but all of a sudden the flames opened up and he just kind of paddled through it. And there was a rescue boat on the other side of the flames. So a lot of stories of these ghosts, and they didn't handle them obviously the right way with an exorcism, I don't believe. But I know Mr. Keshe has released many souls, whether it was in the cemetery or other places. And I don't understand that fully, so I don't want to really go into that. But apparently he gives them the energy so that they can move to the next cycle.
Well, he did mention passing a hearse, for example.
Yes.
And he would, place his attention on the casket or the body that he knew was the body that was in the back, and he would just say, "I give from my soul, take what you need," and just that in that moment would reach out to that being to allow them to take what they need to move to the next level, basically. So yeah, gave I think a few examples of that.
But it's amazing that they had a lot of this poltergeist activity in one of the houses not far from where I live. I mean, it was moving 450-pound stoves across the kitchen. The firemen were there. The police were there. It was an amazing story. You can see it all on that. Well, I'm not sure. It's called The True Life Story, I think, of Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite an in-depth view with their daughter there as well on a lot of the commentary and a lot of things that have never been revealed to the public.
Well, something that's interesting is the idea of what's called second wind phenomenon. So the way it goes is we know that, like if you're a jogger, for example, or you do running, you get to a point when you're running when you're just totally out of breath, and you're really pushing it, and you figure you've pushed your limits, you can't take anymore, and that's it. And then all of a sudden you get this boost, and you can just sprint, and you're no longer breathing heavy, and bingo, you're gone like a shot. It's a second wind, they call it. So where it's like the grandmother that's suddenly able to lift the bus. It's like she bounces into a second wind phenomenon where she has this tremendous energy. It's like a direct, perhaps we could say it's a direct link to the soul, or to the that essence energy that's at the core of the source, and that's way more powerful when it manifests directly than going through the physicality in its usual ways of converting energy. So we could think of that physical second wind phenomena. We're quite familiar with that in many ways. There's examples of it and so on, and how people can get into this second wind thing, and they can really just do amazing skills and so on that just make your mouth drop. Some of these kids or racers or kids on bicycles, I'm thinking, or other people that have perfected their art, and they can bounce into that second wind and just outperform everyone else, it seems. But then we can also look at it as there's what could be considered different aspects of our physicality. There's a physical part. There's also the mental or the mind aspect. And so we have our usual mental sort of activity and mental chatter and things we're trying to figure out, and determining the bills and the various stuff that goes on in our head. And a lot of it is trying to work things out in a rational, logical manner, and so on and so forth. But then there was also a second wind of our mental function where we can exhaust our regular ways of thinking of things. If we're trying to think of a new way to do some project, for example, or how am I going to figure out how to resolve this conflict and so on. And we can think about it and think about it and try to write down all the ways and all of the thoughts about that. And then finally exhausted, we can go to sleep and then wake up in the morning and bingo, then we have the answer. And it's like our mind goes into a second wind and has a phenomena that occurs where the answers just show up rather than having to work for them hard. You might have to work to get to the point where the answers show up, but it's a different dimension almost of the same as second wind. When you pop into that second wind when you're running, you notice it's like you're on afterburners, or the turbos have kicked in and away you go. Same thing with the mental apparatus when we are pondering something for a long time, and then suddenly we have that inspiration and the answers start flowing, and that's when the writers stop their writer's block and they can write and so on. So then we can recognize that there's a mental second wind. So what about the emotional? What about the so-called lower emotions that we tend to go through as humans, and all the pain and suffering, and or maybe not, maybe pleasures and so on that we get with our emotions, but then we recognize that there's a higher emotional one that you could say it's the second wind of emotions, where you get into a place where it's you're no longer touched by those lower emotions. They no longer are, the identification is not there. There's a different mood, a different emotion. I think Dean touched on it earlier tonight when he mentioned the quietness of the exhibition hall, and that people almost talked in a whisper because it was a delicate kind of, well, he would say a beautiful space that was special. It was, he even said that his voice seemed to, his voice sometimes is loud, and he didn't want to use his loud voice there. He had to tame it and so on. So again, there's this emotional second wind. He even said that he was like totally drained when he got there, and he was like basically had popped into a second wind of physicality and mental and emotional. When you're totally drained like that, it's actually a good opportunity for the soul parts to kick in the overdrive. So so the emotion can be of a different quality, let's say. And if we recognize that there are different levels to ourselves, both physical, mental, emotional, and soul level, then it gives us a handle on, where am I at this moment? Am I stuck in my mental chatter and my lower emotions of kind of, a little bummed out and just kind of blah and not really functioning that great? Or am I, kicking into overdrive and things are going really quite smooth, and even when they aren't, I'm able to overcome the obstacles and go at it with gusto and have control over, conscious choice of emotions and the thoughts that I wish to have, and so on and so forth. So I think recognizing these different states gives us a bit of a handle on ourselves and just recognizing when we're in those special states as opposed to maybe our ordinary states, and that we can learn how to pop in and out when necessary to respond to the situation as required. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in, the idea of second wind phenomenon. Perhaps we can talk about that more at some other point. It's really about coming up against a barrier and making a breakthrough. It's the same idea. Okay, any questions, comments? Has everybody gone to sleep here? I can drone on sometimes.
And back to what I was just discussing, thank you, Rick. They had 3 recliners in the living room, and they were all simultaneously opening and closing at the same time with no one in the chairs. So that's got to be some energy manifesting, yes. Of course, they called the fire chief over, and he said, "This is no job for the fire department."
Or the police department, or any of the,
exactly.
All the government agencies would have trouble with that one, I think.
Right, but then the police chief did go on television, and he blamed it all on the daughter, a 10-year-old girl who was knocking on the walls, and that was causing all these movements and so on and so forth.
Oh. Yeah, well, people need a rational explanation of some sort, if that was rational. Yeah, it's interesting that people like shamans and mystics and mediums know how to get into these states of consciousness to be able to access the in-between worlds, let's say. And, you know, they have their own way of doing it. Some of them don't even know how they do it, but they just know that if they sit down and be quiet and have, you know, a candle and some incense or something, or whatever their key factors are that are able to maintain their thing, then it happens for them, and they can get into some state to communicate with the ancestors or whatever it happens to be that such a shaman or mystic or medium might happen to do to contact other entities. And so some seem to know what they're doing in a way, and some just use a sort of a rote formula that ends up working for them. So it kind of ties in with what Ricardo was talking about in the Testimonials group, where he's able to communicate or feel the other beings at a distance, basically. But he doesn't know how he does it. He just knows that he can sit down and somehow communicate with animals or people very easily, and even at a distance, to make that connection. And in his case, he was talking about trying to send some Gans to somebody who really needed it. I think they're in Florida, and he was on the East Coast. And he tried to send it, but it didn't go through, and the person was getting weaker and weaker from his co-virus condition. And Ricardo was getting more desperate because this guy was calling and saying, "Look, I'm getting weaker and weaker, and I really, really need help. Is that Gans coming or what?" Gans Gans water. And so what he did was he did an experiment on Zoom, live in real time, and with the other person, and basically took some of the Gans from each and aminos from each of his 5 cups, and he put them together, I think, in 1 cup. And then I think he applied a few drops, like he just had a few drops from each of these cups and put them in 1 cup. And then I think he said he put 3 drops on his belly, is the way I understand it. And that opened him up and allowed him to connect with this person who was sick with the virus at the other end. And the other person recognized that connection and felt it. And there was a emotional outburst of some sort where the person actually was crying and so on. And the next day they get up and they've apparently recovered, and they had a test that next day after this event, and it turned out negative for the coronavirus. And they showed a picture in the testimonials group showing the negative results of the corona test for this person. And Ricardo was quite amazed and in wonderment of the power of the technology to have such an instant response, such an instant, effect on this person from a distance, and without any actual exchange of the matter level Gans. But there was an exchange of the emotional. And it's quite interesting because the idea of like that he was under pressure. It was like of the necessity of the situation. It's like, he was desperate. What can I do to help this person? How can I connect? How can I help alleviate this suffering that's going on at the other end of this connection that I have? And if you can actually feel it and you feel their suffering, then you really have a wish to help. I mean, that's a natural human function for those that have a conscience and feelings. And it goes for any soul that's suffering and you see it, you want to help alleviate, help relieve that suffering somehow. So he found a way, and I guess where there's a will, literally there's a way. And that was very touching to hear his story. And I recommend people go back to that workshop and have a listen to it, because he originally wanted a Spanish translator, but actually his English became quite good. In fact, he seemed to get better when he got into his story and started actually telling this incredible tale. So it was very, very nice to hear.
And the same way he said, as far as supporting the Linz exposition, he said, just think about it.
Ah, yes,
you're
right.
Providing support, just in passing. Just think about it. Think of me, or, and the same before when he said, if you want to share a part of his soul, just think about him and think about his soul. It's right there. It's plain.
Yep, and we did.
It'll manifest. Yeah.
A little experiment with the hands, and he had me hold my hands up, and he said, "What do I feel?" And he was trying to connect with me while I was doing this. And I said, I felt my right palm was getting hot. And he said, yes. And that he was doing this sort of pointing thing with his fingers on the palm, kind of a spinning motion without touching the palm, but using the fingertip and so on. And that was interesting, and you know, made it was a good tabletop demonstration, you could say. Lee says in the chat, does one require consent to remote heal? What do people think about that?
No question at all. Another story I've shared in the past was now this was a story related by Jamie Shandarin, who ran MUFON, I guess, and he was an alumni of a university in California, along with Ben Rich, who ran the Skunk Works, which is the super secret, whatever, advanced aircraft propulsion. And he gave a speech at an alumni that was only for alumni of this college. And Ben Rich said, we have the ability to take ET home. If you know how ESP works, you understand what I'm saying. And then they gathered around, everybody was looking at each other like, oh, this guy must be off the wall. So after they gathered around him and they said, what were you talking about? And he gave a very little bit of information, but he said that all points in time in the universe are connected. And then I guess he just walked away. And that was his last public statements. So this is the fields, these flow of fields that are all over the place. You just have to want to get on them or create them if you need them. And as you said with Jefferson there, it manifested at point of need.
So what about the idea, does one require consent to remote heal?
Mr. Keshe said, if you don't want to receive it, you won't receive it. I think you have to want to receive it, just like the unit. You won't feel anything. I can't think exactly how he put it.
Like we can put out healing vibes to the universe and to the planet and to humanity in general and to all beings everywhere and so
everywhere.
On. But for one specific person, then usually you would you work with consent in terms of, you know, you'd have a connection with them of some sort, not doing it because you don't know them. It's, you have to know them somehow. You hear their name or their situation or something, and then usually you would connect and
Ella uses the word, the soul receives.
Yeah, but it takes two to tango. The person has, you know, it's more, I think it's more efficient if the person knows that there's someone that's trying to send the healing vibes to them to start with, and that the person that's sending those vibes knows that it's being received and that it's, you know, appreciated or having some beneficial effect and not a, you know, a negative effect that they don't want the healing or something. But
well,
on the other
remember,
hand, we have to respect the wishes of the soul. Maybe they do not want healing, so we can't push healing on someone that's ready to pass and they've had enough of this planet and so on.
You recall the story about the young girl Mr. Keshe helped about getting over blindness. And then she went back to being blind because she was so doted over while she was blind and so much attention was paid to her that she created that condition again after she was given her sight back, as I recall.
Right. Yeah. There's even the financial benefits from it, is the way I understand. So. Mm-hmm. And Lee says, what if they are unconscious or irrational in need of assistance as soon as possible?
The soul receives.
Good point. Okay, what else do we have to offer here today? Well, Lee's asking, I guess I'm asking, what is the fallout on myself if I attempted to? Well, are you a doctor? And do you know what to do with an unconscious or irrational person needing assistance? That's a tough one.
And I thought I heard Mr. Keshe recently say that the brain only understands fields.
Hmm.
So if you're sending a field, if you're giving, that brain will receive that.
And we also,
as well as the soul. Yeah.
We also have the idea of the brainwave frequencies and the idea of the theta brainwave frequency, which is the 7.83 hertz range, actually, which is the same as the Schumann frequency of the Earth, the resonant frequency of the ionosphere, that is. So the theta brainwave frequency, which is the same range of that Schumann frequency of the Earth, is the sweet zone for getting into the subconscious and to the that reservoir of knowledge that's stored in the universe that we can access for remote viewing and for getting knowledge from other places and so on and so forth. The realms of telepathy and that come from the theta and sometimes alpha and sometimes deep delta brainwave frequencies, but not so much from the beta brainwave frequencies, which are more the busy brain and our emotions that are tearing us one way or another, and worrying and trying to figure things out and so on and so forth. All that busyness that our brain can get into, that can be like a what did we just call it? The thinking cap. Remember when you're a kid in kindergarten? I don't know if people still.
Not that again.
But in the old days, I remember in kindergarten, the teacher would say, "Okay, now put on your thinking cap, and we're going to do some, addition or something like that, something that requires us to think." So we put on a pretend thinking cap, or perhaps we even had them made up out of cardboard or something, and that's what we would put on to do our thinking. But the trouble with the thinking cap is it covers that brain cavity, which is where our soul also resides, and too much thinking ends up being a barrier, or what do you call it, like a exclusion zone for the ability for the fields of the soul to get out. So overthinking things or too much of that thought level can interfere with our ability to just simply feel the fields, get lost in the thoughts rather than the actual things that are going on at the time.
I just happened to glimpse a show this evening where the lady was covering rapid eye movement and the wave of the brain. And then the other one where it's relatively flat, I forgot what they call that part, slow field or something.
There's a deep delta, they call it, when you're dead asleep, basically. And there's the theta brainwave, which is the interesting part, which is sort of in between sleep and awake, that point we go into where we're almost asleep, and that's like, oh, was that a ghost I just saw just before you go to bed, or just before you conk out for sleep. There's usually some interesting things that can happen in that state if we can keep it going, but it's difficult. Let's say it takes someone that's a shaman or someone that's that works with that brainwave state often in order to learn how to use it.
And the other,
I was just going to say, a medium knows how to pop into those states. They can do the procedure quickly, and bingo, they roll their eyes back or whatever it is, and they're in the zone and suddenly communicating with the spirits, or able to do remote viewing or whatever it is they can pop into. It's basically that second wind phenomenon, which allows the control of the brain waves to be able to get into that theta brainwave frequency and have basically like lucid dreams and remote viewing and all the things that go along with connecting with our essence, where that's part of the natural world of our soul essence.
And they had that rapid eye movement, REM state, they called it. And you could see the eyeball underneath the eyelid moving like it was looking in this way, and then it was looking that way. It was quite active. And I'm not sure if that's the dream state or the flat one is the dream state. But I just happened to glimpse it for a few minutes, happened to see it.
It's creating the conditional habit, like a Pavlov. When you turn the light and feed the dog, when you're turning after, I don't know how time, you create the conditional. When you start the light, the dog is salivate because it's colligate the light with the feeding system. The same in each day, making the same thing. We have the habit, the condition, create the condition. My in alpha state, this between the dream and the wake, I training first with colligate with one position of my hands, no, 3 fingers touching, and after I say, oh, my hand is busy, I work, and I need something else, the other stimulus. And I thinking, I counting 10. And when I finish with 10, I passive, I am relaxed, I am focused, I am concentrate, and everything else. I create this condition, reflex condition. And I am able to passing very quickly in this state of alpha state, like I say, which means with rhythm of heartbeat and with respiration. When you're learning to, how to say, training every day in the same hour or every day, you make this action, because the power of thinking and talking in my mind, of course, sometimes, another time with words, I create this effects of my emotion. Okay, sorry.
Okay, well, thank you.
It's like a question. Why in certain day you needed to wake in a certain hour, I don't know, 5 of morning, and you are tired, but your mind is programmed, is saying, tomorrow I want to wake up early, and you wake up without clock, because the mind, it's the power of emotion or your thoughts dictate this condition.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true. And it works by suggestion that way. You can suggest things to yourself and wake up in the morning and have it manifest. One of those secrets to riches and so on, for those that seek that sort of thing.
Just a little example. Johnny, it's making a little break for a reason of working, of it's announcing. I not enter in the Zoom, I stay quiet for 1 week, 2 weeks. And I have the habit to see it every day or every journey, every week in the Zoom. And I feel I miss Johnny, no, because you are habit to see it, to feel it. It's just example for habit, for reflex, conditional reflex. When I stay with all of us every day in every part. It's like a big family. When someone miss, you ask him, where is it? What's happened?
Okay, any more input? So Mr. Keshe has promised a surprise for us in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Any ideas on what that might be? Any speculation? In any case,
it's a little early on, but he said he was going to show something growing or being created.
Oh, okay.
But I think it might be a little early on for that.
Mm-hmm. Jefferson says a new cup. Could be, but maybe.
Maybe
that wouldn't be much of a surprise, though. I think he's got something else up his sleeve.
The acceptance of the COVID technology officially somewhere.
Oh, maybe. Well,
because that's what's going to break this open, I believe. If the units eradicate COVID in seconds, you could put the whole country through a dozen of them, in no time.
It's not COVID is the problem. It's our interaction with this package of energy. It's what you accept, what you're doing. Because you create the dome of peace, no? With different intention, with different Gans. But the other accept this position. You force the moving in this position, or you give freely for making all the proper position. You create the condition.
It's training for draining energies from viruses, among many other things.
It's like a pay paint. It's the same thing.
Or draining training.
Right, but also building by learning how to calcify things like bones, as Mr. Keshe showed he's done, and decalcifying blood and so on. Maybe growing teeth like we were speaking of earlier.
This is the question for tomorrow. This is the question for tomorrow, because it's resting in the suspension, this question about teeth, growing teeth.
Yeah, we can try it. See what Mr. Keshe says. Not sure if he'll go with that topic or not, but he'll give us an answer of one sort or another.
It's not needed to say it, I want to grow my teeth. It's enough only saying how I understand the flow of field or strength of fields for create this thing or that thing. Because all the application, if you speaking about McGrath, cup, soul level, human being, interaction with the earth, is the same thing. Create a condition.
Mm-hmm.
And any of these are possible in the unit. Your imagination is the only limitation.
As Lee says in the chat, Mr. Keshe has taught me so far that mind over plasma rather than mind over matter. That's a good one. It's not mind over matter, it's mind over plasma. Well, if we can keep good thoughts, then our plasma will respond the way we wish. Okay, my thoughts are we should wrap things up here, I think. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, more or less, Mark. What do you think? Any further comments, or anybody need to show anything or talk about anything?
Sure. How are you doing on your, I've had some trouble with the zinc nano coating. Not trouble, but it's not black. But then I recall Mr. Keshe saying that some of his nano coating on some of his wires, you can't even see it. So
yeah, I don't think it has to be black. I think it's a grayish coating generally.
Yes, exactly. It's just a dark gray. But if you need a confirmation to be sure, just take your multimeter at the resistance measuring and then measure the resistance. Then you see if you are at mega ohm, then you're sure. Then you can be sure that you have a good nano coating.
No, I'm sure I was thinking I do, but at the same time, wanting it to be darker, but at the same time, I'm thinking that I was going to use it anyway because I know it's nano coated.
I think sometimes it gets darker when you put it in the salt solution and start to use it and so on. It'll turn blackish sometimes. Most people seem to report a grayish coating.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay, well, I think we'll call it a day on today's workshop, and very fortunate to, it's been a good omen to see Mr. Keshe in the workshop here after a couple of years of being on my own in this particular group in a way. Not my own, but all of us on our own here without Mr. Keshe's direction, which is all fine, but it's just kind of refreshing to have him come in and give us the lowdown on some of the things going on. It's very nice.
Always is. He said there was a time when it was just you and Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, well, it was actually, we would call him from the group meeting because it used to be, it started out as a group meeting in my home. In fact, before it started out as a Keshe meeting, it was more or less a dinner meeting for, or a, you know, sort of brunch meeting or dinner meeting for people interested in free energy. So I had just a few people that would get together and we sort of have this group discussion thing or try different experiments. And then as we got more familiar with the Keshe technology and so on, we started to think about creating reactors and whatnot. And Mr. Keshe got involved, and we would call him into our group meeting, and it was mostly Guy and a guy named Paul and one or two other people. And so, you know, we'd show Mr. Keshe what we're doing and ask him questions and so on. And that's how it began. And that was like a once a month meeting. And then it became at one point once a week and so on. Then other people are joining in. It became a Skype group, and we just started sharing stuff and trying to learn how to accumulate the parts we needed to make these gas reactors similar to what was described in the patent. And many of us did, you know, that in a simple way in order to do stuff. So
with the Lady Dragon.
Oh yes, with pardon me, Lady
Dragons.
Yeah,
Dragon Lady, yeah.
Lady Dragon, yeah.
Please excuse me, Rick, for saying just you and Mr. Keshe. I should have said the universe and the unicos.
Well, it was interesting times to begin with, yeah. Mark, you have your video on. Are you wanting to show something there, or is that accidental?
Accidental.
Okay. Nothing was shown, so nothing shown, nothing gained.
I have last question. When I training with this coil hanging in the rope, this like a Sabrina coil. First I turning left and right turning. In last time I achieved the movement laterals, which means is balancing, not only turning. What is mean? Is poltergeist?
I have no idea. What do you
The
think?
power of intention, the power of thoughts, of mind, of soul.
Yes, I remember when Mr. Keshe, somebody was saying to him they had a candle lit or something, and that represented a soul. And next thing you know, he said this 5-pound candle was flying off the table. He said, I don't need a soul. I am the creator, something along that line. So I think he did that with his emotion.
Mr. Keshe, he said, when you achieve the jumping up and down this coil, you are good, but not enough. I don't achieve this point yet.
Lee says, film it, Dan.
I will try.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it for now. Time for me to fade away and get ready for another day. So thank you all for attending today's Keshe Plasma Reactor group. And it's lovely getting together with you once a week. It seems to come so quickly. It's amazing. And the weeks are passing here. And now next week we'll be into the private teachings. We'll begin again, and we'll be into another semester, so people can think, if you're not already a private student, perhaps you want to get signed up right away, because it does take some time to get through the process of becoming a student, and that's a good idea. And we have, of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up on Thursday, 9 a.m. Central European Time. And Mr. Keshe promises something good. So he's got some surprise for us, and that sounds interesting. And of course, the week after Knowledge Seekers Workshop starts at 2 p.m. rather than the 9 a.m. Central European Time. That'll be for, what is it, 24th, yes, September 24th. It'd be 2 p.m. start time instead of the 9 a.m. start time. But for this Thursday, it's the usual 9 a.m. starting time, and we'll probably see you all there. Bunch of familiar faces now that seem to make the rounds, following Mr. Keshe wherever we can. And not following him, we're following the teachings, which is actually even more important. All right, thanks everyone, and we'll see you next time around.